fitness has been a big part of things. He gets ready for his start today against Rami, and we'll check in with Mace on the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report coming up next.
This is Dustin Hawkinson with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Fans, it's time to go inside the clubhouse for the latest on your York Revolution and tonight's matchup. It's time for the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report. Now, here's the manager of the Revs, Mark Mason.
Well, Mace, a little bit of a shake-up here today. Joel Guzman released after the game last night, and I know it's a tough thing for you. You've done it with some veteran guys before. You've done it a couple of times this year. When you have a guy like that that's produced here before, how long do you wait, and how long do you know when things, or how do you know when things aren't going well and you have to make that move?
Well, I mean, obviously those are hard moves to make, and just based on how the year was going and statistically and just, you know, I call it the eye test a lot of times. You know, so sometimes you see things that maybe other people don't see, and it's just one of those situations where we have to try to turn it around, and, you know, we have to bring in some other guys and some more veteran type guys. So when you have to make those kind of moves, you have to make room to do that. And you know, it's hard to let guys go. I mean, you know, I've let go some real popular guys here over the years, but sometimes you just have a feel for what's going on, and you have to make a change, and that's what I did.
What kind of impact could it have team-wide? Is it an opportunity for other guys to step up?
Oh, I think so. You know, I don't try to send messages when I make moves like that. I try to make moves that are going to try to make the club better. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. So, you know, statistically, you know, it's been a struggle for several guys, and, you know, at some point you have to try to change the product, and that's basically what we're doing. So this is an opportunity for some of our younger guys to get more playing time, more at-bats. It gave me an opportunity to use Burgess and Tejeda a little bit differently, and Cruz as well. And you know, so I mean, that's a decision that I made. You know, you never know if the decisions are going to be right or wrong, but at the time you have to go with your gut feeling, and that's what we did.
Well, looking at last night's game, and after the first inning, you did a heck of a job to keep it close and within striking distance. How do you look at the job that Logan did and the relievers, where obviously he had a rough start but was able to hold the fort, some base runners, but able to work out of things?
Well, I just think overall, when you look at the game in general, it was a 3-1 game for 8 innings, or a 3-2 game after 8 innings, and we were out there 3.5 hours. So, I mean, I think that tells you right out of the gate how many pitches there were and how many base runners there were. And, you know, at one time they had like 13 or 14 hits, but they only had 3 runs. So it was a long grind. There was a lot of things that we talked about on the show before the game yesterday about trying to get stay away from the crooked number, which they got in the first inning. And the most frustrating thing was all the guys that did damage were either no ball, 2 strikes, or 1 ball, 2 strikes, and they end up getting on base and hurting us. And, you know, then after the first inning, it got better, and then I thought the bullpen did a good job through 8 innings, and we were trying to piece it together the best we could just to give us a chance to come back, and we did get it within 1. But, you know, then Ricky had an uncharacteristic 9th inning for him, and then the game got away from us. But, you know, I thought the bullpen did a pretty good job, and you know, it was a lot of strategy going on down there, trying to figure out how we can have guys available for today and to try to keep the game close last night. So overall, for 8 innings, I thought we did a good job, and then it just got away at the end.
Yeah, and given his first 2 outings, he was perfect. Stuff-wise, does he still look good to you from everything you've seen? Is that maybe just a blip on the overall radar last night?
I think so. I think it's a blip. I just think he probably abandoned his fastball a little bit too much. I know we had the first hitter either 0-2 or 1-2, and then it was like 3 sliders down and away, and then next thing you know, you got ball 4, and then I think there was a base hit, and then another walk, and and then Casey hit the grand slam. So all that happened with nobody out. So that's a tough inning right there, But I just think maybe the fastball command was not what he wanted last night, and I just thought maybe he abandoned it too early.
Well, today, looking at the lineup, Witherspoon's been awesome, but a couple of tough games for him to give him the day off. Do you start to sense that a guy needs a break after that many days in a row?
I do. We talked Friday night after the game when we were heading up to the clubhouse, and I told him, I said, look, I'm going to give you one of the next 2 days off. You tell me what you want. You want Saturday night or the day game on Sunday? And he told me, he's like, Mace, I feel fine. I've just been a little over-aggressive at the plate. But usually when you look at statistics and the eye test again, I mean, you can tell when guys are tired the way they're swinging the bat. So this will be a well-deserved day for him. Plus, with tomorrow off, it'll get him 2 days, and I'm sure he'll get right back to playing good ball.
And you have Casilla in there first time in a week, DHing. What kind of swings do you think he's able to take with that hand?
Well, he's been good in batting practice. I think it was maybe a little more bothersome from the left side for him when he's hitting from that side, but with Rami pitching today, he can hit from the right side, and he told me overall he feels a lot better even from the left side today. So, we need to get his bat in the lineup too. That's a big league guy, switch hitter, and so hopefully he'll be able to come in and contribute today.
All right, Mace, thanks a lot. Good luck today.
Yep, thank you.
At the twilight's last gleaming, with blood stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets that blazed, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
Rhythmic national anthem here before today's game as the Rebs have taken the field here for the Sunday series finale against the Barnstormers. Steve Janis getting the pitcher's mound the way he likes it. And before we get to our lineups, we'll pause for station identification here on Revolution Radio.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Well, Janis into his warm-ups on the game mound. Lineups brought to you by Flying Feet. For Lancaster, it'll be Rico Noel leading off at short. Darian Sanford a day off. Blake Galen, the DH, will hit second. Caleb Gindel in right field bats third. Sean Halton at third base is hitting cleanup. Casey Hobson, the first baseman, bats fifth. Lastings Millage in left field will hit sixth. Trayvon Robinson in center. Garrett Weber at second, and Anderson De La Rosa catching to round out the Lancaster lineup. Again, Noel, Galen, Gindel, Halton, Hobson, Millage, Robinson, Weber, and De La Rosa for the Barnstormers. For the Rebs today, it's Alonzo Harris in center, Angel Franco at second, Isaiah Tejeda will catch and hit third, Michael Burgess at first, hitting cleanup. Alexi Casilla in the DH spot today, his first game in a week, and he'll bat fifth. Ryan Dent at shortstop hitting sixth. Derek Robinson in left will bat 7th. Hitting 8th at third base, Carlos Trienfel. And Jared Mitchell in right will finish it off. Again, Harris, Franco, Tejeda, Burgess, Casilla, Dent, Robinson, Trienfel, and Mitchell. Those lineups brought to you by Flying Feet. And Steve Janis ready, 1-3 with a 4.59 ERA. As he heads into today's start, he did not face the Barnstormers last weekend. He started on Tuesday night at Southern Maryland. No decision in that one, 5 2/3, 4 runs, 3 earned. And he did have to battle to get those 17 outs. Pitched pretty well, though. Here's our Dasher Investment Services first pitch, and a foul off the bat knob of Rico Noel. It almost hit him in the hands as it's fouled behind him up the third base line, and that's how we get started today. No balls and a strike on a warm one here, 87 degrees and sunny. First pitch at 1:02, and the 0-1 fastball. It's a called strike. Noel hitting at 315. His on-base percentage, 431. 16 runs in 15 games played. Out of the 2-hole primarily, the 0-2, and it missed away. He has scored a run in 5 straight, and he has been directly involved in 24 runs in 15 games. He's scored 16 and driven in 8. There's the 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Fastball in under his hands, and Janis starts his day with a strikeout.
And a nice job by Janis establishing the inside part of the plate early. Of course, got that fastball off the knob of the bat on the first pitch, then goes slider down and in.
So now Blake Galen, who hit second today, DHing 5th in the league in batting at 326. 366 since May the 5th. And he's second in on base in the league. First pitch is a little bit up and in. Bill Reuter, our plate ump here today. Tim Detweiler at first. John Harrington at third. Janis the kick and the 1-0. And a fastball right over the middle, but evidently a tad high. The Revs dugout questioning as Bill Reuter motions that it was up. On the wind, and the 2-0. And right down the middle, a called strike. Revs are in the football-style alternate whites today with the shoulder stripes, Lancaster in their road gray. And the 2-1 inside, Galen backs up. The War of the Roses tied at 3. Teams split 4 last weekend. Not going to be able to do that this weekend. This is a rubber match of 3 that the Revs are trying to win. Now deals, and a drive deep down the line and right, but foul, as Galen bounces it against the Revs clubhouse right over the bullpen balcony. Janis and Galen will do it again. Revs play him hard to pull. And the pitch, swing, and he flies it in that direction and right. Mitchell going back, and he'll have room. Running parallel along the edge of the warning track in right center. Deep, but he had it all the way. And Janis sets down his first 2 of the afternoon.
And Galen hit that one pretty well also, and it's amazing how much power he has. Just 5'8", 180. Doesn't seem like a big guy, but very strong. And the one prior to that, he certainly had home run distance on, just pulled it foul.
Here's Caleb Gindel with 2 away, back in after a night off. First pitch is pulled on the ground, right side. To his left goes Franco. He gloves it, throws to first. Burgess gets back to the bag, and the side retired. Michael had initially gone for the grounder, but Franco able to cover the hole and reach it, and then the short throw to first. 1, 2, 3, top of the first inning. At the end of the half, it's the Barnstormers nothing, and the Revs coming up.
You hear a lot about CPAP masks these days. But here's something you don't hear much about. Over half of the people who wear a CPAP mask for sleep stop wearing it within a year. How's that working for you? Dr. Gordon Bell would like you to hear this. York Dental Sleep Therapy has dental options that can help many of those people. If you or someone you live with is struggling with sleep apnea, visit yorksleep.com and see how Dr. Gordon Bell can help return your home to peaceful nights of deep, restful sleep. If you're groggy during the workday, if you wake up feeling exhausted, if you would like to get your nighttime sleep patterns back to a healthy state, get a confirmation from your doctor, then meet with Dr. Bell at his office on West Market Street in Hallam. He'll evaluate your symptoms and discuss which treatments would best suit your situation. Dr. Bell can restore restful sleep and get you feeling better day and night. York Dental Sleep Therapy. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com to learn more.
Hey Revs fans, get points or great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Revs time.
Your teams all the time. It's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs come to bat, no score, and facing an old friend, Rami Lewis, who's set to go here in the bottom of the first inning. 2-5, a 6.48 ERA in 9 outings, 8 starts. 41 2/3, 62 hits, opponents hitting .348, 18 walks, 44 Ks. And a 6'5 lefty who looks more slender than he did when he had been pitching consistently, obviously, year after year. He had taken a full year off, working in the real world. He had been going to school while he was pitching with York. First offering of the day to Alonzo Harris is over for a strike. So he started his final year with York, and of course, as we know before that, one of their top relievers. He deals, and it's a little bit low. Fastball at 89. Harris hitting .286. He starts in center today. He's played all 3 outfield positions and second this week. And he swings, drives this one straight away center. Robinson backing up though, and he's got it. Hit pretty well, but a line drive to center starts the day for Lewis. One away, and Angel Franco coming up. Franco in the 2-hole today, hitting .270 with a home run, 12 batted in. Coming into this season, Rami's career Atlantic League ERA 2.96. Winds and deals. Franco shows bunt, pitch missed away. With York, 2 years ago as a starter, Rami 10-10 with a .386. He fires, and it tails down and outside. He had gone from relieving to starting in hopes of being able to attract that next opportunity a little more easily. It was a fastball for a strike. He had been signed as a reliever from York to pitch in Taiwan a couple of years in a row. Thought he'd have a better chance of sticking as a starter. Here's a drive in left center and hit well. Millage back and gone! Angel Franco! A line drive home run just right of the arch nemesis. At the playground entrance, it caroms back onto the field, but it's out of here. His second of the year, and the Revs with an early lead, 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. Well, they had gone 3 games in a row without a home run. Last night, Burgess got him on the board, trailing in the game. Today it's Franco who gives him a lead just right of the big wall in left.
Revs with their 31st as a team. Franco, both of his have been hit from the right-hand side of the plate. And here's Tejeda. First pitch is a fastball for a strike. Now a hot hitter now in there next. Tejeda, 3 multi-hit games the last 4, including back-to-back with 3 hits. He's up to 292. Pitch to him, he swings and misses, trying to kill a high fastball. That one at 90. It's the second time this year that he's had 3 hits in back-to-back games. And over the last 4, including 1 offer, he's 8 for 16 with 3 doubles the last 4. There's the wind, the 0-2, and a missed outside, a changeup. Rami had been the Revs' saves leader career end season until Mike DeMarc surpassed him last year. The wind and the pitch, and a missed outside, 2-2. He's got pretty good velocity here early today. Another one there at 90. Has his sign, delivers, and a ground ball jammed him down to third. Halton's got it, fires it across, and there's 2 away. And Michael Burgess to the plate next. Rami first came to the Atlantic League with Bridgeport in 2012. Was a top setup man and then closed late that year. And then with York the following year, a 1.51 ERA, and became their closer for a brief time with 5 saves before going to Taiwan. Here's Burgess, and a pitch inside missed. And then in 2014, he had a 2.15 ERA for York and 28 saves, which was the season record until DeMarc's 35 last year. Pitch, and it's on the inside part of the plate. Strike called. Rami saved the Revs' first half clincher in 2014 in Lancaster. There's the 0-2. And in the same spot, I guess the first one was a ball apparently, now 1-2. And when he was a starter 2 years ago, one of his top starts was against Lancaster, complete game shutout here at Peoples Bank Park. He deals, and a breaking ball line just past his glove and up the middle. Burgess, a hard slicer into center, and a 2-out base runner. Rami, in reaction, sticking the glove to his right side. It just missed the leather, and fortunately for him, it had some tail off the bat.
Well, goal number 1 is always self-protection, but I think he kind of flinched out of the way of it and kind of pulled the glove away from the baseball. It did have some tail to it, but obviously you can't fault him. That ball was hit sharply right back in his direction.
So now here's Casilla back in for the first time in a week. First pitch, he swings and foul tips one hard off the catcher, De La Rosa, who will need a moment. Not sure if that was, I think it was right leg that it bounced off of. Casilla, last Saturday night, his last full game played, he had a 3-hit game, and then Sunday won at bat and then had to exit. Jammed thumb, but he's been taking BP and DHing him today. He's hitting .269 in 8 games. Burgess held at first by Hobson, and the 0-1 swing, and he dribbles a foul behind the dish. Mace was telling us, you know, Casilla's a big league vet. He's played this game a long time, but he is one of the earliest to get here every day, 3 hours before he needs to be sometimes. And he's a guy that could really step into a leader role, veteran. Obviously, they want to get him some more games under his belt. He'd been here a couple of weeks and then had to miss a week. Lewis the pitch, and a swing and a drive, deep left field. This one is off the newspaper, and Burgess Burgess heading to third. Casillas in, standing with a double. He just missed what would have been his first Revolution home run. But back in today, and a good test for that hand. He belts one off the top of the high wall in left.
Well, that was certainly the hardest hit ball he's had as a Rev, and it just missed. Not sure if that newspaper may have robbed him or not. It was certainly up around the top of the wall where that newspaper extends a little bit. But nice to see him get a hold of one, and the thumb seems to be just fine.
Well, that is one that, compared to other parks, the big wall takes away. The ball was slammed. Here's Ryan Dent, second and third. First pitch is a called strike. Dent trying to snap a 1 for 16 the last 5. It's got him at 246 with a home run, 6 driven in. He homered in Lancaster last weekend. Here's the 0-1. And a half swing. He went on it, fooled him the changeup. He actually foul-tipped it into De La Rosa's mitt. The Revs a 1-0 lead, but hungry for more after Casilla just missed, making it 3-0. A base hit, though, here could do just that. Here's the 0-2. And a line drive, base hit left center. It is 3-0. Burgess in to score. Here comes Casilla, and Ryan Dent with a line drive base hit into left center, and the Revs have the 3-run first here today.
Well, it's got to feel good to get that monkey off their bat. That's the situation they've been struggling all season long. Runners on base, 2 outs on the season, hitting .310 as a team, and finally they come through. Ryan Dent, a hard hit ball right back up the middle, and a 2-run single.
And back-to-back batters behind in the count. You get big hits. Here's Derek Robinson. First pitch to him, a fastball for a strike. It's a Dent now with 8 driven in, and the Revs with 3 runs on 4 hits in this first inning today. 3 of those with 2 outs. Here's a slider that dives low. Robinson trying to snap a 1 for 13 his last 4, and he had been going well, but the last 10 now, 132. It's got him at 234 for the year. The pitch, and a fastball up around the letters. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now, the Revs had the 3-run first against them last night. They returned the favor today. And the pitch, swinging a chopper to short. Noel will wait back. He gloves, and a shot put over to Weber, covering at second just in time, and man, was that close as Dent slid in and almost beat it. The Revs with 3, though, on 4 hits in the first inning. 1 man left. It's a 3-0 lead for York as we head to the second.
Sports injury? Walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics for immediate care. No appointment is ever needed. Our orthopedic and sports medicine specialists are here to treat you. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today for hours at our York and Hanover locations.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
I thought the fight was so intense that it will now define Joey Bats. When a guy loses a fight, that sticks with him forever. And we said, of the top 5 or 6 punches ever delivered outside of a ring, I would say of the top 5 or 6 I've ever seen endure, yesterday is one of those punches.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WORK.
Are you one of the many people that has a 401k that is eligible to roll over, but you just haven't done it yet? Maybe you're not sure where is the best place to put it. I'm Tom Dasher of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in helping you getting your 401k and IRA money parked in the best place for you. So if you haven't rolled your 401k yet, or if you're not satisfied with your IRA, call me for a consultation at 487-2096. That's 487-2096. And check out my website at tomdasher.com.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
It's a 3-0 lead as we head to the second inning. He had a 1-2-3 first. Sean Halton, Casey Hobson, Lastings Millage will face him. Now, Halton at 249, tied for 4th in the league with 10 home runs. First pitch of the inning, and it's in tight as that moves him back slightly. Angel Franco, a home run. Casilla then just missed, but Dent brought him in and Burgess. There's a ball down and away, 2-0. Last time the Revs scored 3 in the first. That might have been the home opener when they had 5. It's been a while. The 2-0. There's a fastball for a strike. To dig back between innings.
Well, speaking of that home opener, that's the last time Steve Janis got a win.
Wow. Here's the 2-1. And a swing and a flare at second. Backing up is Franco, and he gloves it. Reaching up cap high as he cruises out into center, 1 down. So he's due. But 3 earned runs or fewer in 8 of his 9 starts. And if you take away the outing against Long Island on May 3rd, a 3.35 ERA. If you take away that terrible base hit that they credited Lentini with at Long Island in 2 earned runs, man, it'd really be low. Here's Hobson. First pitch fastball. It's a strike on the outside corner. Joe Van Meter falls into that category too, unfortunately. Here's the 0-1. And it misses in tight. Hobson 6th in the league in hitting at 319. And now tied for the league lead in homers and ribbies. It's been a beast. Pitch is off the plate away. 13 home runs. It's not only tied with Jerry Sands, but Sugarland's Andy Wilkins now with 13 as well. 45 driven in, draws even with Sands, who's now Giants property. Janis, the 2-1, and a high fly, shallow right. Mitchell froze to get a read, now hustles in, he's under it, and squeezes in shallow right field, 2 away.
Well, to simplify your point again about Hobson, 2 grand slams in a season I think is pretty good. 2 home runs in 3 days, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Did I say home runs, grand slam?
Yeah, but I know what you mean. 11 RBIs the last 3. I mean, that's a productive 3 weeks. Here's Lastings Millage. He's hitting at 317, and he's been going well. First offering is right across for a strike. 478 his last 7. 12 driven in his last 13. 15 ribbies total. Here's the 0-1. And a broken bat shot on the ground at second. A slow roller to Franco. He's got it. Throws over to first. Another 1-2-3 for Steve Janis. And he sets down the Barnstormers quickly after the Revs had put up the field goal in the first. A 3-0 York lead as we go to the second here this afternoon.
We were with you when you were struggling with the challenges of being a young athlete, before the challenges of keeping fit while working 9 to 5, and long before Pilates and Zumba were even a thing.
Flying Feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes outfitted you as a young athlete. When you slipped into a new sport practically every season, you learned a lot, and you grew strong. Now that you're an adult, why stop? Flying Feet has the brands and the styles that will increase your performance no matter how you choose to maintain your fitness. Just like when you were a kid, when you shop Flying Feet, you know you'll walk away with the best fit and natural comfort. Flying Feet stocks fitness shoes and all kinds of fitness gear. So, what do you do these days? Trail walking? Working out on the track, on the street, in the gym? Sign up for exercise classes like Pilates, Zumba, or need shoes for weightlifting? It doesn't matter what you're into. You can always count on Flying Feet. It's the one sportswear specialty store that's truly ageless.
Flying Feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes, 1511 Melrose Avenue, York, just off exit 18 of I-83.
Hey Revs fans, get points or great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Revs time.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Revs a 3-0 lead and back to the plate. Here in the bottom of the second inning, Carlos Trienfeld will lead things off. Rami Lewis, a 26-pitch first inning. And the first offering, Trienfeld lines it toward left center, but Trayvon Robinson has it tracked and runs it down. A hard hit ball, though.
That's been his week.
Yeah, you're right. That's another, chalk that one up, too. It's another one that he squares up and hits hard, but has nothing to show for it. A little bit more toward the gap, and he'd be out there, but Robinson with good speed, able to run it down. So one away, here's Jared Mitchell. Rami delivers. It's a called strike on the outer half. That one at 91.
It's funny, both teams today resting their everyday center fielders, and neither team really misses a beat in terms of speed with Robinson and Harris.
It's the 0-1. And a breaking ball bounced foul down the first base side. Mitchell at 219 with 3 home runs. He's had a rough go against lefties, 3 for 24, so trying to get that turned around today. 0-2, and a breaking ball low and outside. He's held it hitless last night, but the previous 16 games, 354. He's really come alive. Here's the 1-2. And it just missed. Down and in. Bill Reuter flinched and didn't give it to Lewis. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Three 0 the lead here in the second inning. Rami steps sideways to wind up, deals, and a bouncer to third. A big hop to Halton, who was in. And he'll sling it across, 2 away. Mitchell got jammed on that pitch. So Rami retires his first 2 here in the second inning. The Revs over the last 18 games have averaged fewer runs per game than what they put up in that first inning. 2.8. But because of the pitching, they've managed to go 7-11. You would think that at under 3 runs per game, it might be even worse. Here's Alonzo Harris, and he takes down low. He hit it hard, but lined out to center his first time. Each of the first 2 innings have started with line drives hit hard, but caught in center. And the 1-0, that's outside, a fastball. And the Revs the last 3 games had batted 176, but had won 2 of those. It's the wind and the 2-0. And a drive in left center field. This one hit well. Robinson back, and he won't be able to get to that one. It one hops up and over the fence. And Alonzo Harris, a ground rule double. He drills it to the gap in left center. One hop off the warning track and up and into the playground. And that's 2 that he's hit hard today.
Yeah, and power didn't really seem to be a big part of his game in the early going. Of course, he was then sidelined for a few weeks with that oblique, but since he's come back, he's hitting the ball with a lot more power to it, really driving the ball, and yesterday hit a few out in batting practice, and we hadn't really seen that in his beginning of the year.
Here's Angel Franco now, who went yard in left center in the first, his second homer. First pitch is off the plate away. So Harris, Franco, Casilla, guys that you think that handle the bat well, line drives. Here's a ball low, 2-0. But they have hit it for power here in the first 2 innings today, whether it's a double or a home run. On the stretch, look back, and the 2-0. Fastball and a called strike on the very outer edge. That one's some late tail to it, 2-1. Lewis the pitch, and a little bit further out. Franco took a step toward it, but laid off. Rami, born in Seattle, he now lives in Nampa, Idaho. Now 34 years of age. Sets, looks back at Alonso, the 3-1, and a called strike again away. Franco started to walk toward first, and his at-bat will continue instead. 3-2. Now Lewis set with the hands belt high, and delivers, and a foul back off the net. Rami, originally a 4th-round pick of the Orioles back in 01.
Here maybe, but I mean...
There's Joe Dahl, our sideline reporter. I don't know how he takes all those pictures, commentating on the game there. Another 3-2, and a swing and a drive foul the other way. Franco will make him over again.
He told me he took 1,900 pictures during Pitchers BP alone yesterday.
I don't know how you even go through all those. I mean, he whittled it down to like 35 that he sent us. Here, we'll listen to Joe for a bit. I know he keeps it clean, so that's not a problem. There's another 3-2, and a missed inside. Franco works out the walk. And the Revs with 2 on for Tejeda. Let's see what Joe thinks about it. It's Tejeda who grounded out to third, his first time up. Good contribution there. So 2 on with 2 out. The Revs threatening. They scored 2 of the 3 in the first inning after Rami had the first 2 outs. At second base, Weber is, at the moment, right behind second, the whole right side open. Pitch to Tejeda, a cutter on the inner half, and it's a called strike.
And this is one of those situations, if you're Lancaster, you almost want the shortstop to be the one watching Harris because of how good Tejeda is hitting the ball with some force the opposite way.
Now Weber will try to get back and fill that area, the 0-1, and he pops it up at first base. Hobson ranging back along the line and still drifting, and he makes the grab going up the line toward the Revs bullpen, and a step into foul ground, he catches it. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 left. Still a 3-0 York lead as we head to the third.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Sports Radio 1350 is your home for local and national sports. The Big Sports Talker also has you covered with news throughout the day. Catch statewide updates on news and sports from Radio PA. Stock reports with Your Money Now, mornings and afternoons. And national news updates every hour from Westwood One. Stay up to date while getting your sports fix all day. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
Your teams all the time. Our zone replays for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Well, the Revs a 3-0 lead as we go to the third here this afternoon. Steve Janis back to work. Bottom three of the Lancaster order. Trayvon Robinson to start things. Robinson, the switch hitter, hitting at .212. 4 homers, 12 driven in. First pitch of the inning. It's right there for a strike. Revs with 5 hits on offense. Stranded 2 last inning, but swinging the bat well here early on. Here's the 0-1. And that missed inside. Robinson backing up slightly. We have Weber and De La Rosa this inning as well. Janis fires. And it's a cutter for a called strike. Ahead 1-2. No decisions his last 4 starts. Was in line to win in a couple of those. He deals, and that's down low. It'll be a 2-2 count. There's only 21 pitches through the first 2 innings today. Braves had made him a reliever last season. Here's the 2-2, and a breaking ball stayed a little high. Originally came up as a starter, 6th round pick of Atlanta in 2013 out of Kennesaw State. Almost threw a perfect game in the minors. There's the payoff pitch, and it missed down low. Robinson a leadoff walk. That is the first base runner of the day against Janis, and certain fans didn't care for the bat flip on his way to first base. He had a little kerfuffle with Manny Corpus in the 6th inning last night. I think Manny took exception to how long he stayed on the ground after a pitch inside as Janis throws over, and then the next one happened to be inside again. And John Harrington felt the need to march the ball all the way out to him. Here's a swing and a high fly in center. Alonzo Harris turns, running back. It's deep and it's gone. Garrett Weber just right of the batter's eye in center field. Over the LED board, and it cuts the lead to 3-2. Weber going to the deep part of the park, his 4th home run of the year.
It certainly had some carry to it with the wind blowing out, and he hit it pretty well, but I didn't think it was going off the bat. Just to the right of the batter's eye.
It's hot. The wind is out. Seems like every day when I get here, the wind is blowing out. Certainly conditions would favor hitters today. Here's Anderson De La Rosa, and a fastball called strike to start him off. De La Rosa 9th in the league in hitting at .303. 3 homers, 19 driven in. Pitch, and that missed up high. It's a pretty good poke for Weber, who did not play the first 2 games this weekend. De La Rosa, another hot hitter. 1-1, and he lines it to short, but right at Dent. He'll squeeze it, and that's out number 1. On our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report, Casilla back in there today, DHing. I have my allergy problems. Matt is sore from BP yesterday, so we're just a mess. Here's Noel at the top of the order. He struck out his first time up. But you do not want to overdo it on the Clareton, that's for sure. Here's a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. There's the 0-1. Man, that missed in tight. One, and it missed outside. Janice, who's usually right around the plate, can be susceptible to the long ball. That was the 9th that he's given up, now the most. 2-1, and there's a fastball for a strike, evening things. Had some amazing pictures of his cow milking last night. A 2-2, and a ground ball jammed him to short. It's Den again. He's got it, fires in time. Can't mess around with Noel running, but Dent gets it there and got him by a step. 2 down here in the third.
It was certainly more fun because Steve did not know what he was doing and was even searching for last-minute advice, consulted YouTube throughout the day. Of course, wearing Chase Hutchinson's cowboy boots with his white home uniform.
Yeah, we had some photos courtesy of Joe on our Facebook page, and it looked like he was enjoying the opportunity. Here's Blake Galen, who takes inside. He and Rami both had a great time with it. 1-0. And a swing and a foul back over the roof, out of play.
I'm a little surprised Rami didn't stroll to the mound still wearing that belt from yesterday. He wore it all night.
The belt and his sleeveless shirt. Galen a fly out his first time. Here's the 1-1. And a high fly right field. Mitchell backing up toward the fence. He looks, and that carries out of here. A towering home run off the tent in right field, right above the home run patio. And Lancaster has tied the game here in the third inning with a pair of long balls. Galen's 5th of the year, and the lead erased. It's 3-3. Apparently it'll be that kind of day. It appeared to be a fly ball off the bat, and it ends up out. So 2 home runs in the inning. And here's Caleb Gindel, who shows a bunt, and Janice misses up high. Gindel grounded out to second his first time up. Galen's 5th of the year. He's a fastball away. Galen now 69 home runs in his Lancaster career. I believe his 60th broke their previous record, so he's got pretty good lead on that now. Here's the 2-0. And this one drilled deep, but Gindel pulls it foul, and that lands on the roof of the clubhouse to the right of the foul pole. A long shot, but just a strike. 2-1. Yeah, apparently you want the ball on the ground here today. This is the 2-1, and a fastball a little high. That was close, and Janice looks frustrated that he didn't get that. A 3-1 count. Now delivers, and a swing and a miss. Fastball right by him, 3-2. 3 runs against him this inning, and again, he's given up 3 or fewer in 8 of his 9 starts. Payoff pitch, and it missed down and away. Gindel a walk. That is the second walk of the inning. Here comes Fletch. He'll make a visit. Revs will be off tomorrow, and then they begin a stretch of 29 games in 28 days until the All-Star break, with New Britain coming in Tuesday on hockey night. Take a look at our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Somerset and New Britain underway. No score in the first inning in Connecticut. Bridgeport and Long Island just underway. No score in the first inning at Long Island. And Southern Maryland at Sugarland later. A 6:05 Texas start. Tuesday, don't forget, that's a doubleheader. We'll be on at 5. First game starts at 5. Luis Guzman will make his Revs debut. Frank Gailey starting game 2. Here's Sean Halton, who hit a little looper at second that was caught his first time up. Gindel on at first with 2 outs. Janis the pitch. It misses down and away. Gindel has 4 steals. He can run a little bit as well. Lancaster with the 2 home runs this inning. They now have 49 as a team, 1 behind Sugarland for the league high. And a curveball misses up and in, 2-0. Janis had been in such a smooth groove his first 2 innings, trying to battle his way through the third here. The 2-0, and a swing and a miss. Halton going down after a cutter there and came up empty. 3-3 our score here in the third. 2-1 the count, the stretch. And Janis with the pitch. Fastball and a called strike on the inside part of the plate at 89. We've seen a 91 from Janis today as well. So both starters around 90. Janis, the 6'5" righty. Both are 6'5". The similarities are continuing. The pitch, and that's in tight. Changeup almost got Halton in the thighs there. And it'll be a full count. He was going to wear it to get on base. With 3-2, Gindel will be on the run here. So Burgess will play behind him. And pitch. Missed high, the third walk of the inning. And now he's got to face K.C. Hobson. Now, looked like Janis was set to have some smooth sailing today, but it's been a rough third inning, and certainly Lancaster with that potent offense, they can awake at any time. Hobson a fly out to right his first time up. Not only does he have 11 driven in the last 3. That's the first pitch. And he lines it to left center, down for a hit. Harris over to play it on a hop, but around third is Gindel. He'll score. Throw toward third is late. Hobson moves up to second, and Lancaster with a 4-run inning takes the lead. 4-3 here in the third. Hobson an RBI single this time, and the Revs played him to pull, and he took it slightly the other way, shortening up a bit. His league-leading 46th run driven in, and they've batted around here in the third. A 4-run inning, second and third. And Lasting's Millage to the plate. He made the final out of the second inning on a ground out. Janis trying to stop the bleeding. First pitch is a fastball strike on the outer black. The Hobson now 23 driven in his last 16 games. Just piling up the stakes. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball almost hit Millage, who was kind of frozen, and then a late pullback out of the way. 1 ball, 1 strike. Janis, 21 pitches the first 2 innings, 33 here in the third. 1-1, and a foul tip on a big hack. And that one bouncing behind the plate, 1-2. Millage in the big leagues with the Mets, Nats, Pirates, and then the last several years in Japan. It's in Mexico for 5 games last year as well. Janis the stretch, 1-2, and in the dirt, blocked over to the left, and in to score is Halton. Hobson goes to third, a wild pitch. I thought Tejeda had gotten more of it than he did. It glanced off all the way to the backstop, and Lancaster makes it 5-3.
I think it just caught him in a bad spot, got the inside of that right shin protector, and instead of kicking back out in front of the plate, took a left turn and trickled over towards the Lancaster dugout.
A 5-run inning. And the Revs will play from behind now. Janis steps off. It's only the second time this season that they've allowed an inning of 5 runs or more. First time since May 12th. Pitch is line. Oh man, off the bare hand. A diving play. Fires to first, but it's late. And Millage is safe. An infield hit. It's 6-3. And Janis stuck the bare hand out. You could hear it smack. It ricocheted to Dent, who made a diving stop to have a chance. Unbelievable effort. Janis gives a thumbs up and says he's good. Chong and Mace approach the first base line. They want to be sure. And he is going to stay in. But your heart ends up in your throat when you see a shot off the bare hand of a pitcher. Lancaster now with their 6th run of the inning.
And it's so hard if you're a pitcher not to make that reaction play. It's human nature to try to catch the baseball. Fortunately for Janis, he is just fine to stay out there, but for him this inning, it's just been a matter of he's left a couple pitches up and over the plate that have been taken out, and then once you do that, you start nibbling, trying to stay out of the middle, and that's where the walks have come from.
Here's Trayvon Robinson, who started it with a walk, and he takes down low. Now 37 pitches this inning. 6-3 Lancaster. And a move to first on a dive back is Millage. And again, this is a rarity for Janis. He's gone 6 straight starts with 3 earned runs or fewer. He deals, runner goes, it's in the dirt, and that ricochets over to the right. Millage dove in at second, so he will stop there. But Tejeda trying to drop down on that changeup, and it deflected off up in the air. And Millage up on another wild pitch. Well, actually, he was running on the pitch, so I think that will be a steal. It is. It's his 9th. Now, Lancaster, that's another big piece of their puzzle. They entered the day with 12 more steals than any other team in the league. They are potent. Pitch here, a late swing, and he grounds it to third. Trienfeld backs up, a backhand stab, and he hoses him at first base. Trienfeld shows off the arm as he rifles it across, and a nice play to end the inning. But Lancaster sends 10 men to the plate, scoring 6 on 4 hits, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the third. Lancaster on top, 6-3.
Take it from me, guys. You want to make life happier? Your wife wants a nicer lawn. The kind of lawn you see on Home & Gardens and Martha Stewart. Here's a hint. You're not alone. Call your pals at Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. They've got a way with lush lawns that the ladies like. And as you know, happy wifey, happy hubby. Winky face. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. World-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
Draymond Green, in my opinion, will not end his career as a Warrior. He will wear people out. When you're winning, the egos are fine. But if OKC knocks him out, how hard is Draymond Green to deal with then? They had guys that talked a lot and had egos. Noticed how they started wearing each other out when a few losses piled up?
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Can you sit up, little guy? There you go. What a big boy. Whoa. Every time he grabs my maple donut, it pulls him over to one side. But he keeps on grabbing at it. Whoop, there he goes again. Wait, let's see how this works. Here you go, little dude. Here's another maple donut. Can you grab it? Well, there you have it, folks. Charlie's right. A balanced baby needs a maple donut in each hand.
Maple donuts taste right.
York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOYK1350.com.
Rebs trail 6-3, looking to get back at it offensively. Michael Burgess leads off, and he takes a fastball strike from Lewis. Had a long stay in their dugout as Lancaster sent 10 men to the plate. It ended up being 39 pitches in the inning. The 0-1, and that runs inside. Burgess, a single and a run scored in the 3-run first. It's a plastic cup that became a projectile from upstairs. Here's a fastball up high, 2-1. Young man in front of us is going to confront them. Says, who did that up there? Last night it was a flip-flop. Today it's a plastic cup. What will they think of next? And the 2-1. And it just missed away, and Rami rolls his eyes. He wanted it. Revs last inning made some noise at the plate as well. They had a hard out and then Harris's double, but unable to cash in, so trying to get right back to work. And the 3-1, it's right down the middle, a called strike. Burgess, Casilla, and Dent here in the third inning. Trailing 6-3. Lewis the wind, the pitch, and a ground ball jammed him. He rolls it over to second. Weber's got it. Throw to first, and there's one away. Our broadcast today brought to you by Wolf's Bus Lines, Edline Foods, The Pretzel Twist, Neighborhood Sure Save Markets, Turkey Hill Minute Markets, and D's Nuts. Here's Alexi Casilla, who doubled high off the newspaper in the first inning, just missing his first Revs home run. But he's got some pop. First pitch is outside. He's a middle infielder, and you think of him as a line drive guy, but he can get a hold of it too. There's the 1-0, and a fastball a little bit up. It's a hitter's count for him. That was his first at bat back from that jammed thumb, and he almost took a yard. The 2-0, and that tails across for a strike.
W, yeah. I really like it.
On the wind, the 2-1. And a bouncer pass Rami. It's short. It's Noel to his left. He gobbles it up. Little hitch. And Casilla beat it as a result. Tim Detweiler took a second look, thought about it, looked like he was going to call out, and then signaled safe. And Noel couldn't get it out of his glove. And as a result, Casilla is on. And I would think an infield hit. He didn't blatantly drop it or anything.
Yeah, I would think it has to be. Personally, I thought the ball beat him, but regardless, a nice hustle there by Casilla, and that's really what he's brought to this team. Just the way he goes about his work. Mace hopes that that mentality will be contagious. We talked about earlier how he shows up early, hits the cage before batting practice.
Here's Ryan Dent, who looks at strike one.
And he said right from the get-go, I remember that first interview what he said is, I want to help this team win.
Yeah.
It really seems like he's committed to that.
The lead by example guy. 0-1. And it misses in the dirt. De La Rosa picks it. And Casilla now 2 for 2 today. Dent, who smoked a 2-run single in the first.
Come on, Dent.
Lewis stretches. 1-1. Missed outside. Rami now at 58 pitches, and both starters right around the same number, just Janice is logged mostly in that one inning, and that's what can really sap you. Rami had his longest in the first, of course. On the 2-1, and a foul back into the netting. But no activity in the Revs bullpen. They need some innings from Janice today, and sometimes in a start you can have that one bad inning and then you can be pretty good the rest of the way, and they're certainly hoping that he'll do that.
It was July 4th. Yep. And it felt that.
2-2, and that missed outside, dropped by De La Rosa. A full count, and we'll see if they put Casilla in motion. Does have one steal. Rami goes to the rosin bag for a moment. Hobson holding Casilla over at first. And a move that direction. He'll sidestep back. Rami made it to the majors with Toronto in 2010 and 11. His big league debut was at Fenway. Retired J.D. Drew, Jason Varitek, and struck out Mike Lowell in his first big league inning. 3-2, not running, and Dent rips it off the glove of Noel at short, and that rolls all the way up the gap in left center. Casilla around third, and he's going to score on it. And Dent stands at second with a bullet for a double at 6-4. And that was a one-hopper that could have been a double play, and he hit it so hard, it almost ends up at the outfield fence. Third RBI of the day for Dent already.
Well, he absolutely smoked it, and Noel went to a knee to try to play it off to his left, and it just jumped over his glove and skidded all the way out towards the wall. And like you said, had he gotten in front of that ball, not that he had a lot of time to do so, but it really could have been a double play that would have ended the inning.
Now the Revs respond with at least one, which is big, I think. It's 6-4, and Scott Patterson will make a visit, their pitching coach. But yeah, it could have been a double play, and it not only ends up a double, but it scores the runner the whole way from first. So Dent with 3 driven in.
Credit Joe Morgan for getting out there early and mowing the grass.
Yeah. That is Dent's second multi-RBI game. The other one last Sunday in Lancaster when he drove in 2. So it's his first 3 RBI day. Here's Derek Robinson. First pitch is in at the knees for a strike. Well, at least according to...
Come on!
Good Lord. At least according to the call, it was in at the knees.
Come on, Bill! That's terrible!
Okay. Robinson will look back. He didn't like it. Apparently some others didn't either.
Bill, too hot?
Here's the stretch. 0-1. Man, that misses down low. Robinson, who hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. The 1-1, and a swing and a miss on a fastball up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Revs down 6-4, and trying to continue to pressure here in what's been A back and forth slugfest here early today. One back, one forth. Revs looking for another back. 1-2. And a line drive caught at first by Hobson. Another hard hit ball, but this time it's right out of Barnstormer. Robinson never even got a chance to drop his bat. He had designs on extra bases down the line, but right at the first baseman. Two away, and Trian fell to the plate. He hit it hard, but lined out to center his first time. That's 3 lineouts for the Revs today on top of 7 base hits. Right now, Weber at second, right up the middle, keeping Dent nearby. First pitch is grounded the other way, right through that opening. Dent around third, Gindel up with the throw, and he scores standing ahead of it. And it's a 6-5 game here in the bottom of the third. Carlos Trianfel with the RBI single, and nobody can rob him on that one.
And it's so funny how the game of baseball works. He keeps getting out on these line drives that are smoked at infielders and outfielders, and had a pretty weak chopper to the right side, and it splits first and second, an easy RBI.
Weber, who's really been aggressive at trying to hold runners here early, gave up that right side, and Trianfel used it. Here's Jared Mitchell, and he tries to check and appeal out to second. No swing the call on a fastball down and in. Mitchell grounded to third his first time up. Revs within 6-5, and for Janis, that's got to feel huge to have an answer like that. Right back within a run, the 1-0, and that missed in tight. So Mitchell with a count here that he can zero in on one he likes. And Rami now approaching 70 pitches the first 3 innings. Lancaster will get Coyote Downing up in their bullpen. The 2-0 breaking ball, and it's a called strike. And a good pitch there. Didn't give in and located the hook. This next one will be his 70th.
We're milking him for 5 runs.
Time asked for. Two and one on Mitchell. He'll be following the college scene for LSU Tigers. And he swings here, bounces a foul toward the Revs dugout, 2-2. College World Series about to start. He was the College World Series MVP when he led LSU to the title. He also won a BCS national title as a receiver on the football team. The 2-2, swing and a miss. Fastball at 92 got him. But the Revs score twice in the third on 3 hits, 1 runner left. We go to the fourth. Matt Present with the play-by-play. It's Lancaster 6, York 5.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Savills Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Conor McGregor tweeted that he's back in for UFC 200. Hasn't been confirmed, but I told you this last week. I still felt like A, he's not retiring, and B, he'd be back in UFC 200. Now, is there a chance Conor McGregor knew what he was doing from the outset here? He had given UFC 200 all of this publicity, millions of dollars of publicity. Is there a chance Dana White knew what Conor McGregor was doing? Is there a chance that Dana White, being the businessman running UFC, would be in on this with Conor McGregor from the get-go? Now, before you say no, look at all the publicity generated. And if you knew the end game was still going to be Conor McGregor was still going to fight, would you have gone through this? And you can't say, boy, that's so far-fetched. There's so much money attached to this. I never say never when it comes to this stuff.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Break out some IDs. That's just good radio.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Well, after a 6-run third given up by Steve Janis, the Revs answer with 2 and cut the deficit to 1. It's 6-5 now. Heading to the 4th, Janis back to work. And Garrett Weber will start things off. The first pitch on the way. A fastball down and away, ball 1. In that 3rd inning, Lancaster batted around. In fact, Trayvon Robinson hit twice. The pitch on the way and a swing and a miss. Looked like Janis took something off there down around the shins, and Weber cut through it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Weber, the K-man here today, hit a home run his first time up. And the pitch on the way hit to the left side. Dent with the backhand circles, and the strong throw to first in time for out number 1. Well, Dent, who's played all over the infield this season, including playing all 4 positions in a single week, just looks so comfortable out there at shortstop every single play. The footwork and the release so easy. 1 up and 1 down here in the 4th. Anderson De La Rosa, the catcher, digs in. He's riding a 4-game hitting streak and now has his average up to .303 on the season. 9th in the Atlantic League. First pitch from Janis, a fastball misses inside, ball 1. So this entire team certainly hits from top to bottom. Team average up to .293, and the pitch bounces in, a fastball. 2-0 the count. Sanford the day off, but he has an average in the top 10, as does Galen Hobson and now De La Rosa as well. 4 guys with their averages in the top 10 in the league. Pitch on the way, fastball called strike at the knees on the outside corner. De La Rosa puts his backhand on his back hip. Now shakes his head at the call from Bill Reuter behind the plate. Tyler Clark caught the first game of the series, but De La Rosa in there for the day game after the night game. Pitch on the way, fastball, and there's a called strike on the outside corner. So now we're even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Janis up to 67 pitches. Through just 21 in his first 2 innings, but then a very long third really elevated that pitch count. And the 2-2 pitch on the way, fastball chopped to shortstop. Ryan Dent back on it to pick his hop, and the throw across in time. 2 up and 2 down, both courtesy of Ryan Dent. So that'll turn the lineup over as Rico Noel will bat for the 3rd time today. 0 for 2 to this point. A strikeout and a ground out to shortstop. Noel at the top of the lineup today with Darian Sanford getting the day off. Noel can run as well. The pitch on the way, line drive to shortstop. Dent will back up to play it on a hop, and he drops it on the transfer. And in between one off the fist, and he backed up. He had it for a second, and when he went to transfer to make the throw from the outfield grass, the ball slipped out of his grasp. So Noel reaches on the air now with 2 down, and that'll extend the inning for Blake Galen. Galen a long ball which got the scoring started for Lancaster. Or rather, came after the home run from Garrett Weber, so it was the 2nd home run of the inning. On to the 10th in straightaway right. Runner goes for 2nd. The pitch on the way, a called strike. The throw too high, and it's late as well. Noel in with a stolen base. He was caught yesterday, so now 12 of 15 on the year. But he gets into scoring position here with Galen, Gindel, and Halton, those RBI guys right behind him. Janice will take some time behind the mound, rub down the baseball. Lancaster 6, York 5 here, top of the 4th. 1-0 the count to Blake Galen. And the pitch on the way. High fly ball, out to left towards the line. Robinson coming over, has the play, and makes the grab to retire the side. An error, a steal, and one man left stranded. Through 3.5 here at Peoples Bank Park, it's 6-5 Barnstormers on 1350 WOYK.
At Donegal, we understand there are many costs associated with running a business. That's why Donegal works with you to provide quality insurance products based on your business needs, and why we deliver that insurance at a price to fit your budget. Call your local independent Donegal agent today and discover why, when it comes to insurance for your business, Donegal is a better value. Contact Coton & Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel Insurance. Hey Revs fans, now's your chance to win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy. This season, during every home game at Peoples Bank Park, it's the all-new Shipley Energy Grand Slam inning. Each game, one inning will be designated, and one name will be selected as the contestant. If the Revs hit a Grand Slam that inning, you could win $5,000. To enter, stop by Fan Services and fill out your form, or enter via the York Revolution app or YorkRevolution.com. Sign up today and win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy this season.
What a game. The home runs, great pitching, even that foul ball over our heads.
I know, it was so close. I almost caught it. Maybe next time, Gus.
Well, what about catching this?
Pay me. The new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery with top prizes of $100,000.
That's more like a grand slam. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Revs back to bat here, home half of the 4th, trailing by a run. Top of the lineup, two up, Alonzo Harris, Angel Franco, Isaias Tejeda for the Revs. That ball last inning to Ryan Dent at shortstop, ruled an infield single, so no errors on the board for the Revs. Harris digs in against Rami Lewis, who's back out there. Winds in, fires from the left side, and a swing and a miss. Harris, a big cut on a fastball on the outer black, and he comes up empty, 0-1. Harris has begun to drive the ball, a fly out to deep center in the first, and a double to left center his second time around. This time trying to put a bunt down, but he fouls it off first base side. So in the hole, 0-2. Harris on the season, a .286 average. 3 doubles, 8 runs driven in. Lewis ready, here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball reached for and sent out to right field. Back a few steps goes Gindel, and shy of the warning track, reaches up to put it away for out number 1. Even that one off the end of the bat had a little carry to it. Harris retired, and here comes Franco. Franco, a home run with one away in the bottom of the first. A solo shot to left center field to open the scoring in this afternoon's ball game. And the pitch on the way, breaking ball just off the plate, 1-0. The Revs with a 3-run first inning. Lancaster 6 runs in the third, and then York with 2 in the bottom half of the inning. Pitch on the way, and it's a chopper to third, and past the reach of Halton, past the reach of Noel, the shortstop coming towards the hole. A seeing eye single to the left side, and Franco has been aboard all 3 times today. A home run, a walk, and now a single, and it's a 1-out base runner for Tejeda. Tejeda 0 for 2 in this one, a ground out to third and a pop out in foul ground to Casey Hobson at first. But he certainly got it going of late. 6 for 8 entering play in this series. Started the first 2 games at first base, tonight back behind the plate. Franco a short lead and the pitch on the way to Tejeda, swing and a miss. Good one to offer at, just swung a little bit over the top of it. A fastball at 90 miles an hour, middle away. Oh, 0-1 the count. Tejeda, a .292 average now after the last 2 games, and the pitch on the way fouled straight back. 2 pitches that he has just missed, but both in locations that he has been known to drive the ball. The pitch middle away. 6 home runs, 10 doubles on the year, 23 runs driven in. One back of Michael Burgess for the team lead. 0-2 the count. Rami delivers at the line drive towards center, tailing away from Robinson, a long run, and he reaches out to make the catch towards the gap in right center field. Tavon Robinson runs it down. A nice play there for the second out of the inning. Franco a good read, retreats to first base. 2 away now from Michael Burgess. Burgess a home run in last night's ball game. One of just 4 hits. Tejeda had the other 3. Rami a long set. Now kicks and fires in the first pitch fastball. He hits his spot, but his catcher De La Rosa set up off the plate. It's ball 1. Burgess with that home run last night. Now a team leading 8 on the year. .273 average, 24 runs driven in. Lewis comes home and the pitch is swung and missed. A changeup. Burgess out in front. 1 ball and 1 strike. Franco itching his lead at first. The pitch on the way. Fastball just missed off the outside edge. It's 2-1. Lewis now up to 82 pitches here in the 4th. He's really had to work. The Revs getting to him for 9 hits. And the pitch on the way, down and away in the dirt. Scooped up by De La Rosa. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hitters count for Michael Burgess. Second baseman Garrett Weber towards the hole and out on the outfield grass, playing Burgess the pole. The outfield pretty much straight away. 2 down, and the pitch on the way to Burgess inside. He leans back and out of the way and takes a 2-out walk. Franco up to second, 2 men on for Alexi Casilla. Casilla's had a productive day. A double high off the wall then left. And an infield single. He has scored twice. Lewis from the set. The 6'6 lefty kicks and comes home. It's a first pitch breaking ball in at the knees. Strike 1. Rami Lewis now in his 15th pro season. 5th now in the Atlantic League. Has his sign from De La Rosa. 0-1 the count to Casilla, and the pitch on the way. Another breaking ball. He's ready for it and lines it into center field. It's a base hit. Franco around third. He's held up there. Burgess a big turn at second. With Franco holding, he'll have to retreat. And Casilla has loaded the bases now with 2 men down. A 3-hit game for Alexi in his first game back. Comes Ryan Dent, but also coming out Ross Peoples. And it looks like that will end the day for Rami Lewis. He will hand off the baseball to his skipper. Coyote Downing had been loosening. And it looks like he will come in. 2 down here, bases loaded, bottom of the 4th. Rebs trying to get back out in front. They'll have to do it against the right-handed reliever when we come back on 1350 WOIK.
Enter Rutter's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star, purchase participating products, scan your Rutter's rewards card, or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rutter's VIP to enter. Rutter's, why go anywhere else?
Need material handling equipment for your company's busy season? Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment offers a full line of rental equipment to keep you operating at maximum efficiency. Forklifts from 3,000 to 15,000 pound capacity, narrow aisle reach trucks and order pickers, electric pallet jacks, scissor lifts, and forklift clamp attachments. Daily, weekly, and monthly terms available. Call today at 888-383-LIFT. That's 888-383-5438. And check us out online at midatlanticindustrial.com.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Cleveland's had the Indians. Cleveland's had the Browns. Notice I went down with my voice. Yeah. Do you hear the way I'm talking about the Browns? Now here come the Cavs. Is this it? Could this be the time that LeBron does take the land to the promised land? Is this the time?
The Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Maple Donuts pitching change in a crucial spot. Home half the 4th, 2 away, but the bases are loaded for Ryan Dent, who has smoked the ball in his first 2 at-bats, a 2 RBI single to center in the first inning, and a double that rolled just over the glove of the shortstop Noel and made it all the way out to the wall in the 3rd. Coyote Downing enters. His last appearance was against the Revs. In the opening game, worked a scoreless frame and struck out 1. Ross Peoples going righty-righty as the lefty Rami Lewis exits. All 3 aboard his responsibility. The first pitch, a breaking ball, and it's strike 1 to Ryan Dent over at the knees. Downing this season has retired 12 of 16 first batters that he's faced. Pitch on the way to Dent, popped him up. Over by the second base bag, Noel calling for it. A step onto the outfield grass, reaches out and puts it away to retire the side. So Downing comes in and gets Dent to strand the bases full. The Revs still trail it by 1 here, heading to the 5th on 1350 WOIK.
Did you know that Shipley Energy can take care of all your energy needs? From heating oil and propane to providing your home with electricity and natural gas. We also provide heating and air conditioning service and installation. All of your energy needs are under one roof at Shipley Energy. To learn more, visit shipleyenergy.com. Call 855-4SHIPLEY and don't forget to ask about our $100 rebate. Shipley Energy. Energy for life.
Can't get enough of the birds? WOIK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
Dream big for less with a first mortgage or home equity loan from First Capital Federal Credit Union. Our competitive rates and terms make it so easy to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home. Either way, we've got you covered. Plus, our home equity loans with rates as low as 3.99% APR for 120 months give you the spending power you need for remodeling, education, you name it. For more information, visit us online at firstcapitalfcu.com. First Capital, putting you first. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender.
First Capital Federal Credit Union.
There's only one place for local high school sports. Sports Radio 1350.
Okay, Downing strands the bases full, retiring his first batter, Ryan Dent, out of the bullpen. And preserving Rami Lewis's line. Steve Janis back to work. His team trails it 6-5 in the first pitch to Caleb Kindle upstairs, ball one. It'll be Kindle, Halton, and Hobson here, inning number 5. Trienfeld in on the grass at third, and the pitch on the way, a fastball just misses. 2-0 the count. Kindle back for his second season with the Barnstormers. Very successful year a season ago. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 86 around the letters, and Kindle cuts through it. Last season, a .295 average, 10 home runs, 72 knocked in. And he was named the MVP of the Atlantic League All-Star Game. Pitch on the way, fastball misses low and away. It's now 3-1. In the All-Star Game, he had a home run, also had an outfield assist, and we have seen his arm. He threw out Angel Franco at the plate last Sunday in Lancaster, and the pitch on the way popped up, fouling out of play, left side. Kindle the day off yesterday with the lefty Logan Williamson on the hill, but back in the lineup today. Left-hand hitter batting with a slightly open stance, and the 3-2 pitch on the way popped him up, foul back out of play, and the count holds steady. 3-2. Last season, Caleb also had a 20-game hitting streak, tying a Barnstormer franchise record. He also tried his hand on the mound, pitching in their final game of the year. The payoff pitch home from Janis, a fastball misses up and away, ball 4. A leadoff walk to begin the 5th inning, and the Revs now have Chris Dula up and throwing in the right field bullpen. Fourth walk of the day for Steve Janis. The previous 3 all came in that 3rd inning. A big 3rd inning for the Barnstormers where they scored 6 runs, all 6 of their runs today. The pitch on the way, breaking ball over for a strike. Sean Halton takes it's 0-1. Halton was one of those walks, and he came around to score on a wild pitch. No balls and a strike, righty against righty. And the pitch on the way, breaking ball, and it stays off the plate inside. 1-1 the count. Kindle on at first. Revs infield looks to turn the double play. And the pitch on the way from Janis, chopped to third. Trienfeld back to pick his hop to second one. The return throw from Franco. It is just in time. 5-4-3 around the horn. Last night, the Revs had 5 double plays, tying a franchise record, including 4 on the ground. And they get a big one here after a leadoff walk to begin the 5th. A great relay by Franco after the chopper to third took Trienfeld back a step, and he delivered a bit of a low throw, and Franco caught it just above his shoe tops and gunned it on to Burgess just in time to get Halton down the line. So now 2 outs and nobody on for Casey Hobson, and that's certainly how you want to face this guy. The first pitch on the way, a changeup over for strike 1. Hobson leads the league now with 46 runs driven in. And the pitch on the way in tight, it nearly got him. He spins out of the way of that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hobson 1 for 2, a fly out to right, also a double that scored a run, and the pitch bounces by Tejeda while out in front of home plate. Janis perhaps getting that one stuck in his hand. Count now 2-1. Hobson last night put the game away, a grand slam down the line and right. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Out in front of a breaking ball, a slider from Steve Janis. He started off the outside edge, broke it back over the plate, and Hobson now out in front of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Janis shakes off, now he's ready. The pitch on the way, and it's in the dirt, ball 3. He went back to the slider and missed with it. Now it's a full count to the Barnstormer first baseman. Janis from the wind. The payoff pitch with 2 down. And it just missed, ball 4. Janis had started to walk off the mound. In fact, he's still strolling a bit in that direction. Does not get the benefit of the call on that borderline pitch, down and away, and it's a 2-out base runner. And that will end the day for Steve Janis. Chris Thula was up, Michael Click also was warming, so we'll see which one of them comes in, but Janis will hand the baseball to Mark Mason. A frustrating outing for Janis. He retired the first 6 batters he faced, but then a rough 3rd inning really killed his momentum. He gave up 6, and now will give way to the bullpen. It is Michael Click coming on here with 2 outs in the 5th. Click last night got a strike him out, throw him out double play to escape the jam. We'll see what he has to offer up here today when we come back. This pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. We'll step aside as Click gets warm on 1350 WOYK.
Hey, it's the good-looking genius at Broadway Transmission. You know what really grinds my gears? Perfectly good cars being thrown away just because the transmission went bad. My mind slips into overdrive when someone says,
I'll just get a new car before I spend that kind of money on a transmission.
What? According to Kelley Blue Book, the average price of a new car is $32,000. Now you're going to finance that, right? There's another $6,000 to $8,000. And if you drive it off the showroom floor, it loses 20% of its value immediately. Don't forget, you also have to pay sales tax, higher insurance rates, title and registration fees, and come up with $600, $700, $800 a month depending on your interest rates. For 5 years, and remember, you will still have to pay for the upkeep of the car. Brakes, tires, wipers, fluids, etc. Stop! Trade your transmission, not your car.
Thanks, good-looking genius.
You're welcome, ma'am. Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and save you all that dough. Visit us on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
I just like to say that y'all rock, man.
Everybody benefits off Steph Curry. Really incredible. Now, Draymond Green, you know I love, and he's probably the MVP of the team. But without Steph Curry, Draymond Green is not this kind of player. Good player, but not this kind of player. Klay Thompson, he would be a very good shooter for another team. But the style and having Steph Curry changes everything.
Dan Patrick.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
A very interesting situation going on here at Peoples Bank Park. We welcome you back alongside Daryl Henry. I'm Matt President. It's the top of the 5th. 1 on, 2 away. Michael Click had entered. He began his warm-up tosses, and then all of a sudden Mark Mason got together with home plate umpire Bill Reuter, and the two of them were looking at lineup cards. And all of a sudden, that was it for Michael Click. Mace had to go out and pull him. And I wonder if perhaps somehow Click's name got left off the lineup card. But it will be Harden Buchanan now coming in, and he will loosen. And I would suspect they'll give him plenty of time. Well, I'm looking at the lineup card that was posted in the Revs clubhouse right now. Click's name is on it. So I have no idea what could have happened there. Our official scorer, Brian, is telling us that on the lineup card submitted at home plate, Click's name had been left off. So, just one of those things, bookkeeping error, and Michael Click will not enter this game. Houghton Buchanan will. Buchanan also worked last night. 2/3 of an inning scoreless. Walked one and struck out one. So they're going to give him a few additional pitches to get ready. Just a very unfortunate turn of events, something you don't often see, and I'm sure no one feels worse about it than Mace, who obviously on the big lineup card had Click's name down and certainly intended to have it on the smaller one submitted at the manager's meeting prior to the game, but it's one of those things. But Buchanan looking to pick him up for it. Casey Hobson with a 2-out walk. He's on at first, 2 away. And Buchanan will face Lastings Millage. Righty against righty. Buchanan now leads the Revs in ERA with a 1.13 mark. 2-2 record, now making his 18th appearance. He's now ready to go in the first pitch to Millage. It's a fastball, belt high, strike one. Right down the heart of the plate, and Millage took it as Buchanan gets ahead. 3 runs in the first for the Revs, 2 in the third. Lancaster with all 6 of their runs in the third as well. The Revs trail it by a run. On the 0-1 pitch from Buchanan, a fastball way upstairs and a snow cone grab behind the plate from Tejeda. Millage, a couple of infield hits in the first game. Yesterday, a 2-hit game as well. And he's 1 for 2 in this one, also a stolen base. Open stance from the right side. And the 1-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball over. Buchanan ahead, it's 1-2. Millage, a first-round pick of the New York Mets in 2003. He went 12th overall. Played 6 years in the majors with the Mets, the Nats, the Pirates, and a short stint with the White Sox. Pitch on the way, check swing on a ball in the dirt, no swing. Millage holds back, appeal to first just in case. Didn't really look like he more than took the bat off his shoulder, and John Harrington seconds that notion. So the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Millage, a deep breath before climbing back into the third base side batter's box. Buchanan sets on a beautiful day for baseball here, Sunday afternoon in the rubber game of 3. Pitch on the way, a reach for him, popped up, foul just over the net behind home plate.
That had a chance at press box had it not deflected off the cord that connects the backstop screen to the roof. It kind of changed direction on its way back.
Hopefully everyone's all right just in front of us and a little bit off to the right. The count's still 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Buchanan fires. Swing and a miss, he got him. Millage chased the breaking ball in the dirt, and Houghton Buchanan, he wasn't called upon initially, but he answers the call nonetheless, stranding Hobson at first to end the top of the 5th. We're halfway home at Peoples Bank Park. Revs trail at 6-5 on 1350 WOYK.
Facing a legal issue can be a frightening time. What's my course of action? How do I know who to call? Fortunately, the York County Bar Association makes it easy. Now, you only need to make one call to find the right lawyer for you. Call the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right lawyer with our Attorney Connection Lawyer Referral Service. Just call 854-8755 or visit yorkbar.com. Don't hesitate in getting the help you need. Contact the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right attorney at the right time.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
Steph Curry, one unanimous MVP.
And I do feel there's an anti-LeBron movement to some degree. And who votes on the MVP? Sports writers. Often 5'8", 5'7", 5'9". They're small like Steph Curry. They relate to Steph. They don't like LeBron. LeBron's big and powerful.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I'm blowing anything up. We're starting
weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Enter Rutter's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star. Purchase participating products. Scan your Rutter's rewards card or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rutter's VIP to enter. Rutter's, why go anywhere else?
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Okay, Dowling stays out there. We got the final out, a big one in the fourth as Ryan Dent popped up with the bases loaded. Downing now will face the lower third of the order, Derek Robinson, Carlos Trianfel, and Jared Mitchell in the home half of inning number 5. The Barnstormers out in front 6-5, 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors for Lancaster. 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Revs. Downing jumping up and down on the mound, trying to stay loose. And now he will toe the slab and lean in for a sign. Robinson will turn around and bat from the left-hand side, an open stance. And the first pitch on the way, a swing and a miss, strike one. Robinson 0 for 2, a fielder's choice ground out in the first, and a sharp line out to first in the third. 0-1. Downing works exclusively from the stretch. The pitch on the way, fastball up and away. The count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Downing from Honolulu, Hawaii, age 30, 5'11", 180. One ball and 1 strike. The setup away, the pitch on the way, and it misses just below the knees. Downing was signed by the San Francisco Giants as their 50th round draft pick in 2009. Of course, now the draft trimmed down to 40 rounds. He winds and fires, and the pitch fouled straight back.
Yeah, that thing is pretty funny, actually.
The last couple of years, he's played in the Can-Am League, the American Association before that. Would have been a teammate of Luis Allen's in Winnipeg.
Everyone wants to wear a wiener hot dog.
Downing has his sign and sets. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch on the way, and Robinson fouls it back. Robinson going with the high socks today, with the home white alternate jerseys, the football styles. Also the bright white cleats for Robinson. And the 2-2 pitch one more time. He reaches for it and spoils it off the very top of the skyboxes as it ricochets back down towards the third base side dugout. Well, we mentioned Jared Mitchell getting into the swing of the College World Series. Robinson as well supporting his Florida Gators, where he originally committed to play football, but chose to go the baseball route, did not attend college. Pitch on the way, check swing, and no swing, says John Harrington, the third base umpire. But Robinson, a guy who still lives in Gainesville, born and raised there. And his Gators up 1-0 on the Wake Forest Demon Deacons in the Gainesville Super Regional. Pitch on the way, and it misses below the knees, ball 4. A tremendous at-bat by Derek Robinson. Was down in the count early, but fouled off a couple of pitches and works a leadoff walk. So the Revs get the tying run on base here in the bottom half of the fifth, and that brings up Carlos Trienfeld. Trienfeld, as he always does, kisses his bat before he digs in. The cut over the heart of the plate, and then he twirls his lumber over his head. He's now ready to go. Runner at first, nobody down. Downing a long hold and the pitch on the way. He was taking all the way, never took the bat off his shoulder. And the pitch upstairs for ball one. Trienfeld a line out to left field in the second. An RBI single through the right side in the third. 1 for 2 on the day. Robinson a short lead at first. And the pitch on the way. Ball two, throw back to first, and the tag applied too late by Hobson. It looked like Trienfeld was taking all the way that time as well. So he just rested the bat, not even on his shoulder, but kind of just below the shoulder on that bicep of his. Perhaps trying to make Downing throw a strike after the leadoff walk.
Come on, Carlos.
He has not yet in this at-bat. Trienfeld has a 2-0 count.
Get over here, Carlos. Come on. Get it.
Downing sets, checks first. He now comes home 2-0, and Trienfeld takes a strike on the inside corner. He stays there, takes off his helmet, and shakes his head. I think he thought that one was off the plate inside. I think Bill Reuter might have given him an explanation because he then nodded his head and shrugged his shoulders. 2-1, a good count for a hit and run should Robinson decide to take off. He's inching his lead over there. Set up inside, and Downing comes home. Runner not going, the pitch popped up right side, foul territory. Hobson going over towards the Revs bullpen, and he runs out of room. It's about 4 rows back. So the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trienfeld. Trienfeld yesterday 0 for 2 with a walk. Now in his 11th postseason, first here with the Revs after signing on May 16th. He began the year in Mexico, has played at the major league level with the Mariners and the Dodgers. Downing slowing the pace with a man on board, Brian Evans style. And the 2-2 pitch on the way. Ground ball sharply hit through the hole on the left side. Base hit. Robinson up to second. He'll stay right there. And the Revs have the first 2 men on here in the bottom of the 5th.
I think one thing that's really important today, Matt, is it's been a slugfest the first half of this game, and you kind of have a tendency when you see guys driving the ball, you want to get up there and swing big too, but I think it's important to keep grinding out at bats, milk each at bat for all it's worth, keep getting base runners on, stay the course, and 2 really good at bats here to begin this inning, and the Revs putting the pressure on again.
Time called now, and Downing is going to get a mound visit. The entire infield will converge. The Barnstormers do have a man up in their bullpen down the left field line. It's the lefty, John Anderson, loosening, but it looks for the time being that Downing will stay in the game. This is the pitching coach, Scott Patterson, making the visit, but perhaps buying time as well. Ross Peoples signaling from the dugout. And now, after taking some time, it looks like, indeed, the pitching coach, Patterson, will make the move. A little bit interesting gamesmanship there from the third base dugout. So Downing, who came on and got the final out of the 4th, a pop-up to strand the bases full, has yet to retire a batter here in the 5th and will give way to the lefty Anderson, with the left-handed hitting Jared Mitchell due up next. This pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. We will step aside as Anderson gets loose. It's 6-5, Barnstormers on top. York looking to answer on 1350 WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Can't get enough of the birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
On air, online, and on your smartphone. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
So the lefty John Anderson enters with nobody out and 2 men aboard. Robinson walked these at second, and then Carlos Trainfeld followed it up with a single through the left side. A 2-hit game for Trainfeld, and here comes Jared Mitchell. The lefty John Anderson on 6'2", 225 from Berkeley, California. Barnstormer infield expecting a bunt. Halton at third, squaring his body a little bit towards second base, in on the grass. Hobson looking to charge as well. A spin and a look to second. Mitchell does not square, and no throw as Robinson trots back to the bag.
Well, if he swings, a lot of room, especially between third and short, if he can take one that way. This does open up a lot of openings for him.
Lefty against lefty, and a step off, and again, no show from Jared Mitchell. Mitchell batting .219 on the season, but a very productive month of June. And the first pitch on the way, ball low, no bunt shown, it's 1-0. Mitchell this month has gone 9 for 28, a .321 clip, with a double, a triple, a home run, and 4 driven in. This would certainly be a great opportunity to add to all of that. 2 on, nobody down, and the pitch on the way. Fastball and a swing and a miss. A big rip there from Mitchell, a fastball middle in, but he comes up empty.
And Anderson has struggled of late, but he comes in there throwing 95, so if he's on with his command, he's going to be tough too.
Anderson leans in, hunched over as he gets his sign. A long look as De La Rosa flashes the numbers. The pitch on the way. Mitchell now shows bunt and pulls back and takes a strike. That time a breaking ball on the outside corner. And Mitchell in the hole, 1-2. So we'll see if they leave it on with 2 strikes or if Mitchell swings away and time is called. Anderson actually went to high school with current teammate Brad Burgesson. And also playing with them in high school, Giant shortstop Brandon Crawford. The pitch on the way to Mitchell, misses down and away, not showing bunt with 2 strikes, and the count now even, 2-2.
So who the heck could have beaten that team?
Wind was blowing straight out, now it's right to left. And the 2-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Mitchell out in front of the off-speed delivery from John Anderson, who slowed it down even a tick further, 83 on the big bender. And Mitchell down on strikes for the first out here in the 5th. So that brings up Alonzo Harris. Harris 1 for 3, a double to the gap in left center. It jumped over the wall, so it was a ground rule double. He also has flown out to center field and flown out to right. 2 men on now, 1 away. 6-5, Lancaster out in front, bottom of the 5th. Anderson looks back at Robinson at second. He takes off for third, a double steal on the pitch in the dirt, and both runners in standing. Robinson came in with a first pitch curveball, and De La Rosa could not pick it, a double steal, and now 2 in scoring position for Alonzo Harris.
Well, and he's obviously a good throwing catcher, but Robinson, the lead runner, a great bet to do that with, and he got a really good jump. I don't think they would have gotten him anyway, but obviously no chance to make that throw.
So now the Barnstormers will counter, bringing their infield in. A big chance here for Harris. The pitch on the way, and he started his swing but holds back on a high fastball. It's 2-0. Harris 8 RBI on the year. Most impressively, 13 walks to just 16 strikeouts. The pitch on the way, misses down and in. He stumbles over that one, nearly fell to his feet on a pitch in on his shoe tops. So 3 balls and no strikes. And you've got to figure Harris is taking all the way, at least 1, maybe 2. With Anderson a pitch away from loading the bases. He winds and fires a fastball, and it's down and away, ball 4. The bases loaded on the 1-out walk to Alonzo Harris.
And a huge double steal, unable to, they had the idea of the bunt during part of Mitchell's at bat. Once they weren't able to move him up, they became a little more intent on doing so with the feet, and now you've got a guy who's had a big game already coming up in Franco. He's swung the bat well all day.
Switch hitter batting from the right side. Middle of the infield back, looking to turn 2. The corner's in for the Barnstormers. The pitch from Anderson. Fastball up and a called strike. Borderline pitch. Franco don't think was thrilled with that call. Will rub some dirt on his hands and dig back in. 2 for 4 with the bases loaded this year. 4 runs driven in that situation. Righty against lefty, and the pitch on the way. Fastball reach for, driven down the line in right field. Gindel over towards the line, runs it down. Tagging at third is Robinson. He will come home and tie it up. 6-6 as the throw comes back into second base. Franco hit it well. Gindel tracked it down. It's a sac fly and an RBI, and we're tied at 6.
And another ball driven deep in the outfield that gets run down, but it's a productive one this time. Franco's big day continues, and he's looking for one up there to drive and at least do that. And the Revs, who missed an opportunity last inning, again, it's a tough assignment to keep up with Lancaster in a slugfest type of game, but a big answer after that 6-run inning a couple of innings ago.
The Revs out hitting the Barnstormers 11-5 in this one as Tejeda bats with first and second and 2 away. Anderson checks and now comes home, and the first pitch lifted in the air down the right field line in foul ground and backing into the seats.
Right off a picnic table that's fully occupied.
Have that for lunch.
Yeah.
Tejeda 0 for 3 in this one, but 3 hit games in back-to-back evenings. In the first 2 of this 3-game set in War of the Roses. Anderson sets, and the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Tejeda chased one in the dirt, and a balk looks like it was called before the pitch. Tejeda, after the swing and miss, pointed down at first base on Tim Detweiler, who waved both runners up.
I think it's no pitch. No pitch for the ball.
So 2 in scoring position.
Atta boy!
With 2 down, the Barnstormers leave the infield back, 0-1 the count. But Tejeda a chance to give his team the lead. Anderson looks back at Harris. The pitch on the way, breaking ball, it's in there for a strike, and Anderson ahead 0-2. Tejeda this season, one of the bright spots for the Revs with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. He's 3 for 10 with 3 runs knocked in. Pitch on the way, 0-2, swinging a foul tip. He just got a piece to stay alive as it trickles between the wickets of De La Rosa and back towards the backstop. The Revs as a team have struggled with the 2 outs and runners in scoring position situation throughout the season, but it was Ryan Dent coming through in the first inning, scoring 2 runs on a single to center. Count holds 0-2. Anderson from the belt kicks and fires in the fastball up and away, and it gets away, but not far enough. Robinson thought about it, but De La Rosa pounced on it back towards the warning track, just in front of it, as the track circles all the way around here at Peoples Bank Park. I'd say about 15 to 20 feet away from the plate, and Anderson off the mound scampered home to cover.
And a good split-second decision from Robinson. De La Rosa, he's quick on his feet too. Really good defensive catcher and made a fine recovery.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. Pitch on the way, breaking ball, chopped to the right side. Hobson charges in. It's a foot race to the bag, and Hobson got there just in time. Tejeda chucks his helmet. A hustle down the line, and Hobson won it. And he preserves the 6-6 tie. Awfully close down the line, but I think they got that one right. And a tough break for Tejeda. Good job hustling down there, but just loses the foot race by an eyelash. The Revs do get one back and tied up on a sac fly RBI from Angel Franco. And as we head to the 6th, we're tied at 6 on 1350 WOIK.
Sports injury? Walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics for immediate care. No appointment is ever needed. Our orthopedic and sports medicine specialists are here to treat you. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today for hours at our York and Hanover locations.
Hey Revs fans, get points or great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Revs time.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
The radio home of the Revs. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Buchanan now back to work. He got a strikeout of Lastings Millage to get the final out in the 5th. Taking over officially for Steve Janis, unofficially for Michael Click. It's a 6-6 tie here, top of the 6th, and Trayvon Robinson set to lead it off. Buchanan from the stretch, the first pitch on the way, it bounces in on the fastball, 1-0. If you weren't with us, Click got left off the lineup card today, and he was called upon in relief of Steve Janis, and when he went out there, there was a discussion, and he had to leave the game without officially entering. 1-0 the count. The pitch from Buchanan, a fastball just off the plate outside. It's 2-0. Robinson walked and scored in the third. And in that same inning, also grounded out to third. 2-0 the count, and the pitch on the way. Fastball down and in, ball 3. Buchanan looks to be overthrowing a little bit here. In the top of the 6th. Robinson, Weber, De La Rosa due up, lower third of Ross Peoples' order. 6 runs, 5 hits for the Stormers. 6 runs, 11 hits for the Revs. The 3-0 pitch on the way. Fastball right there, strike 1. Buchanan now working back-to-back nights. 2/3 of an inning a night ago. From the belt, 3-1 to Robinson. And the pitch on the way. Fastball chopped to third. Burgess fields, but it's in foul territory according to first base umpire Tim Detweiler, who is right on top of the line. So now it's a full count, 3-2. The switch hitting Robinson playing center field today with Sanford getting the afternoon off. And the payoff pitch now from Buchanan. Fastball upstairs, ball 4, it's a leadoff walk. Leadoff walks now in 3 of 6 innings for Revs pitching. And Robinson on to begin the 6th.
I think if Houghton can get through the inning, they might end up not really losing anything from the lineup card issue. They might have just had Click finish the inning and then go elsewhere anyway, but he did have a long wait in the dugout and certainly didn't want to walk the leadoff man.
So Robinson on at first, and the first pitch to Garrett Weber in for strike 1. A breaking ball caught the inside corner. Weber, a home run, a 2-run shot to just right of straightaway center. Also a ground out to shortstop, 1 for 2. A long hold from Buchanan. Still holding and time called. Trying to get Robinson to dig his feet in the dirt over at first base. He is 7 for 8 in stolen base attempts on the season. Stole a base yesterday. He's leaning that way, and he goes. Pitch out, and it's over the glove of Tejeda into the screen. The right call, but the execution not there as Buchanan fired it high. And Robinson into second on the stolen base.
Yeah, and you don't see pitch outs very often in this league, not as often as at the major league level, and now you no longer see intentional walks anywhere, so that's a move that a pitcher doesn't do very often, intentionally throw high, and there are some guys who have never been comfortable with that.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. Weber shows bunt, pulls back on a pitch that broke down and out of the strike zone. It's 2-1. Josh Bell down there coaching third, relaying the signs to Weber. Robinson in safely at second with his 8th steal of the season in 9 tries. Being held by Ryan Dent. Dent now backs up towards shortstop. Buchanan comes home. It's a breaking ball in the dirt and a nice block by Tejeda. The count now 3-1. Buchanan 6'8", 250 from Biloxi, Mississippi. Drafted by the Seattle Mariners in the 20th round in 2014. He sets and checks second. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball caught the outside corner. And now it's a full count, 3-2. Weber getting the start at second base today. Barnstormers shuffle the middle of their infield with Noel, Weber, and Vladimir Frias, who has the afternoon off. Buchanan ready, the payoff pitch, breaking ball, and it just missed outside. Ball 4, and Buchanan walks the first 2 men here in the 6th. Fletch with his hands on top of his head down in the Revs' first base side dugout. There is action for the Revs in the right field bullpen. We'll get a name to you as soon as we have it. Matt Buchanan will at least face Anderson De La Rosa, and now Fletch will spend a mound visit with 2 men on and nobody down.
4-hour game today. 3:25 left. 4 hours.
The entire infield will come together, except for Ryan Dent, who remains out there at second base, chatting things over with Trayvon Robinson. Alonzo Harris and Derek Robinson come together in left center. A long visit now by Fletch, perhaps buying some time for the bullpen, as he's just now starting his walk back towards the first base side dugout. Gives us a chance to look at the York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. In Long Island, the Bluefish are out in front of the Ducks 1-0 in the top of the 6th. Out in New Britain, the Bees ahead of the Somerset Patriots 3-0 in the top of the 5th. And the Skeeters will host the Blue Crabs later tonight. Back here it's 6-6. Nobody down top of the 6th. Buchanan ready to go, facing De La Rosa. He's squaring early. The pitch on the way. De La Rosa pulls back and takes a strike. 88-mile-an-hour fastball, middle away. It's 0-1. De La Rosa 0 for 2 in this one, but has hit safely in 4 straight. Waves the bat over home plate. Trian fell in on the grass. Burgess ready to charge as well, and this time he pops up the bunt attempt out of play, and it's 0-2. So now we'll see what the Barnstormers decide to go with. 2 strikes, nobody out, and an 0-2 count on De La Rosa, who is unsuccessfully tried to bunt the first 2 pitches. Buchanan from the belt. Check second, and again. And now comes home, and De La Rosa swings and misses. A high breaking ball up around the letters. De La Rosa tried to wait, but could not wait long enough. A big strikeout from Houghton Buchanan, who got a big one to end the 5th, and now a big one here for 1 out in the 6th.
It is Joe Van Meter who's up for York right now, back here today. So they do add some depth compared to last night. They have Van Meter's arm back.
Back to the top of the order now, and Enrico Noel. And the first pitch to Noel, a fastball down below the knees, ball 1. Noel, a .315 average. And that is 6th on the team. This team just hits top to bottom, a .293 team average. Pitch on the way to Noel, line drive up the middle, leap by Ryan Dent, but he can't get it. It's on into center field. Robinson rounding third, he's held up there as Harris gets the ball back into the mound where Michael Burgess cuts it off. The bases are loaded for the Barnstormers with 1 away in the 6th.
Good effort from Dent. Even if it's a play that you can't get to, and it was certainly close enough to be worthy of that effort, but it doesn't hurt to show it nonetheless, because then you can freeze the runner. But he did come close enough, certainly, to be worthy of that effort. He was maybe 6 inches away from it or so.
But you make a really good point, because Robinson out there at second has tremendous speed, and had Dent just let that go through, Robinson watches that body language, takes off immediately. He comes around to score fairly easily, but he had to freeze and make sure that was through. Meanwhile, Mark Mason has come out, and the Revs will make a pitching change. Joe Van Meter entering as Houghton Buchanan exits. 2 walks and a hit in the inning. Van Meter trying to keep this game tied at 6. He will have to face Blake Galen with the bases loaded when we come back on 1350 WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Just like to say that y'all rock, man.
Is Tom Brady now suspended?
The Associated Press says appeals court rules Patriots quarterback Tom Brady must serve 4 games of flaky suspension.
Fritzy, call for Tom Brady.
I'm on it.
And if not, Giselle. And then Robert Kraft. He's got 4 months here. What can he do in 4 months here with an appeal?
Basically, wasn't basically where they were last year.
Yeah.
Dan Patrick.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
This is Dustin Hawkinsworth with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Joe Van Meter to the hill and a big spot here in the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 away. And Van Meter, who missed pitcher's BP with a wedding yesterday, so the all-time RBI leader at VCU, did not get to hit. But now he's back here, and it's serious business right away. Blake Galen up with the bases full. Van Meter from the belt. And the first pitch to Galen. Fastball in the dirt. Ball 1. Galen, Gindel, and Halton if it gets there. 1 down in the 6th. Robinson at third. He walked. Weber at second. He walked. And Rico Noel singled to center. He's on at first. A long look in from Van Meter. Tejeda relaying the signs. Van Meter sets at the belt, kicks and fires. And it's a line drive to right field, sinking in front of Mitchell. That's in for a hit. Robinson in to score. They'll go station to station. Well, 1 run in, and it's now a 7-6 lead as the Barnstormers retake it.
Yeah, not the part of the order that you want men on base for. Revs have hurt themselves with walks today, but then again, you and I were just talking about 1 through 9. Every single hitter's average almost is way up there. There are no easy outs in this lineup.
Well, 7 walks on the day by Revs pitching. 4 of them have come around to score, and Weber still could. He's at third. Bases loaded. Gindel at the plate. Gindel hitting .326 on the year. The lefty in, and the first pitch, a fastball outside corner, strike 1. As we mentioned earlier, 4 guys in this order, or on this team I should say, with Sanford getting the day off, are in the top 10 in the league in batting. Sanford, Galen, Hobson, and De La Rosa. And the pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Gindel chased it in the dirt. And he's quickly behind 0-2.
And Joe trying to use his changeup to these left-hand hitters here. He's had a good one, few that we've seen.
Gindel 1 for 4 with the bases loaded, has driven in 5. Pitch on the way, bounced in. Tejeda does a nice job to block it and deaden it right in front of home plate. So I would imagine with those numbers he has hit a grand slam. See if we can find that out real quick. We know Hobson has 2, one of those coming last night. Does not appear that he has a grand slam, so just a lot of sac flies, I guess. Pitch from Van Meter, a breaking ball. It misses inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Meanwhile, Casey Hobson, who's had 2 Grand Slams, as we just told you, has 4 times had a 4 RBI game this year. The Revs hoping to not face him in this inning. A pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. A fastball off the plate away, and Gindel chased it. And a big strikeout from Joe Van Meter for out number 2.
And a nice sequence there. They went off speed to get ahead, and then it was the fastball to get him out, which is a little bit backwards, but with 2 strikes, getting him to extend off the plate. A good job by Van Meter, and Tejeda back there working with him.
Base is still loaded, but now the Revs can back their infield up. 2 down, Sean Halton, the batter. Van Meter from the belt. And the first pitch on the way, fastball outside corner, strike 1. 92 on the gun, and Joe reached back for something extra, and he gets ahead 0-1. Van Meter 6'2", 215 from Manhasset, New York. Went to college at VCU and now still lives in Richmond. Trying to work out of the jam. The 0-1 pitch on the way, breaking ball just missed away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Van Meter adjusts the hat as he steps off the rubber just to the first base side. Now he's back on. 7 runs, 7 hits for the Barnstormers, 6 on 11 for the Revs. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Halton, it bounces in, and another nice stop by Tejeda. He's had several very good ones and very important ones in the inning. So Halton ahead 2-1. He walked and scored in the 3rd. Also has popped out and grounded into a double play. Van Meter ready, the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. He chased the changeup in the dirt, and the count even at 2-2.
He has really been fooling them with that low changeup this inning. And Tejeda, the job that he's done, Joe has to feel good about throwing it and throwing it out of the strike zone.
Van Meter 1 strike away from getting out of it.
Come on, Joe.
Pitched briefly last season with Southern Maryland, so now in his 2nd year in the league. And the pitch on the way, 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. He pumped the fastball right by Sean Halton, 92 on the radar gun, back-to-back strikeouts, and he strands the bases full. The Barnstormers do take the lead, though, on the RBI single by Blake Galen. 2 hits in the inning, 3 men left, as we head to the 7th. Or bottom of the 6th, rather. Revs trying to answer, trailing by a run on 1350 WOYK.
Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment offers quality material handling equipment and services. Along with a full line of Unicarriers and Komatsu forklifts, you'll find Genie aerial lifts, IPC Eagle floor scrubbers, and Penalift loading dock equipment. Mid-Atlantic can provide rentals, pre-owned equipment, service, and replacement parts for most makes. When you need the best for your business, call Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment at 888-383-LIFT. That's 888-383-5438, or online at MidAtlanticIndustrial.com.
Can't get enough of the birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews, plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
Baylor football is what I've been saying for years, what scares me about America. It's not the big cities. Big cities have a lot of eyeballs, a lot of cameras. Small towns, I grew up in one. They hide stuff. Rumors, hidden, no eyeballs, nobody saw it. Football is too big a deal in some towns in America.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. Your teams all the time. Your only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
lefty John Anderson will stay on here, bottom of the 6th. Michael Burgess, Alexi Casilla, Ryan Dent, the middle third of Mark Mason's lineup. Not sure we gave you the final line on Rami Lewis, so we'll do that now. 3 2/3 innings, 10 hits, 5 runs, all earned on 2 walks and 1 strikeouts. Kaoe Dowling then went a third of an inning, plus a couple batters. Gave up a hit, an earned run, a walk, and then gave way to Anderson last inning. Anderson then gave up the inherited run on the sac fly to Franco, which at the time tied it at 6. It's now 7-6 as Burgess will get things going. First pitch fastball down low, ball 1, 94 on the gun as Anderson misses just above the dirt.
And this is a game where we see both sides trying to get a little bit more out of their relievers. So now it's Anderson who's been in the dugout for a while and coming back out.
Burgess 1 for 2, a single in the first and scored, also walked. And a fastball outside corner, Anderson gets a strike call. It's 1-1. Burgess taps the outside part of the plate, does not wear batting gloves. And the pitch on the way, lefty against lefty, a breaking ball just below the knees. It's 2-1. Lancaster with 6 in the third and 1 in the 6th. York 3 in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the 5th. Trying to answer here after doing so last time around. The pitch on the way, in tight. Burgess fell over and dropped his bat. A breaking ball that slipped out of the hand of Anderson. 80 miles an hour it came across. And Burgess not taking any chances. So he'll have that one to think about before digging back in, facing a guy who throws 94.
Yeah. When it first leaves the hand, there's that thought, uh-oh, this might be 94. Fortunately, it was a hook.
Burgess is ahead 3-1. Hitters count. The pitch from Anderson. Fastball. And it just missed, ball 4. Burgess turned back at Bill Reeder, looked and said, okay, I'll take it. Close pitch around the knees on the outside corner. And the Revs get the leadoff man on.
Scott Patterson giving it to Bill Reuter from the third base dugout. Bill looking back in there. He's a really calm, patient umpire, kind of diffuses situations, and he let Patterson air him out a little bit there, but didn't return the favor or escalate it or anything.
Well, a leadoff walk in the 6th is going to end the day for John Anderson. While you were talking about Patterson giving it to Reuter, Ross Peoples headed out to the mound and he makes a pitching change. It's a right-hander coming in from that left field bullpen. We'll tell you more about him when we come back. One man on, bottom of the 6th. Revs down a run on 1350 WOYK.
Enter Rutter's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star, purchase participating products, scan your Rutter's rewards card, or enter VIP information at checkout, and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rutter's VIP to enter. Rutter's, why go anywhere else?
This is Dustin Hawkinson with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Just like to say that y'all rock, man.
It's how great you are, and then you don't win. And Seattle won 116 games, but they're remembered for winning 116 and not getting to the World Series. New England, 18-0, and then they lost to the Giants. Golden State with 73 wins. If you don't win the championship, we're going to look back on this season and say, that was great.
Dan Patrick.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. The revolution plays here. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Alongside Daryl Henley, I'm Matt Present as we welcome you back to People's Bank Park on a hot and sunny Sunday afternoon. 7-6, Lancaster out in front. Burgess on with a leadoff walk, and R.J. Hively into pitch. He will face Alexi Casilla, so Ross Peoples forces Casilla to turn around and bat from the left side. Mace telling us before the game he was fine to hit from the right side coming back from that thumb injury. Perhaps not 100% from the left side, but has certainly been better in batting practice of late. First pitch on the way, shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a strike inside corner. I'm not sure if that was called or on the swing. I think it was called on a pitch that looked a little inside. So 0-1 to Casilla, who has a 3-hit ball game. A double off the top of the wall in left, a single to short, and a single to center. Way in is Halton at third. The pitch on the way, Casilla bunts. It's a good one. He gets it down right in front of home plate. Hively off the field, and he throws it away down the line. Burgess around third. Digging it out in the corner is Caleb Gindle, and he fires it back in. Casilla into second base on the play, and just like that, the Revs have two in scoring position with nobody down on the bunt from Alexi Casilla and the error from R.J. Hively just into the ball game.
And Casilla, as he gets going, there's so many ways that he can help this team. The 3-hit game today is his second in as many full starts. He is lifted from Sunday's game, but just a perfect bunt. And Hively almost looked like he was in slow motion coming in to get it, and then yanked the throw, never really got set, never really stepped into it. And the Revs trying to take advantage.
Here's Ryan Dent, infield in, 2 men on, nobody out. First pitch from Hively, fastball low, ball one. Casilla, a very good bunter. In fact, with the Twins in 2008, led the American League with 13 sacrifice hits. That time he not only lays down a perfect bunt, but makes it all the way to second base. Ryan Dent working on a 3 RBI ball game, trying to make it more. The pitch on the way, fastball chopped back up the middle, base hit center field. Burgess trots in from third, Casilla being set, and he will be in standing. An RBI single by Ryan Dent, and the Revs out in front, 8-7.
Boy, what a job. Dent with 5 ribbies on the day, and the infield in, he bounces it right up the middle. The Revs have taken advantage of that mistake already. And still no outs. Dent had kind of scuffled the last week, but he breaks out with a huge game today. And with getting Casilla back, they had been without him for a week, and his first week or two, a little bit of a slow start. If he starts to hit, and he has today, what a shot in the arm that is. That's almost like adding a big leaguer right in that you really haven't had very often, given the hand injury and him kind of getting his feet wet before that.
The 5 RBIs from Ryan Dent ties Michael Burgess for a single high. For a season high, I should say. That was done May 18th in Long Island. Derek Robinson comes to the plate. The switch hitter will bat from the left side. Eight to 7, the Revs lead it for the first time since the first inning. Pitch on the way. Fastball in there, strike one. Robinson walked and scored his last time up. Stole third in the process, part of a double steal. Halton is in at third. The pitch on the way, swinging a foul ball straight back to the screen. First run of the inning will go on the line of John Anderson. The second will go against R.J. Hively, who throws it down the right field line on the two-base error. Then on at first, still nobody down. 0-2 to Robinson, and the pitch from Hively. Fastball skied out to center field. Back a few steps goes Robinson. Has a beat on it and reaches up to put it away for out number one. Ryan Dent heads back to first. So Robinson gives it a ride, but pretty much right at the other Robinson. Trayvon patrolling center today. And that'll bring up Carlos Trienfeld, who also has a two-hit game.
Come on, Carlos.
And Ryan Dent with that 2 RBI single now gives the Revs 12 hits in the ballgame. Trienfeld up, Hively a long look in. He comes set, and now time is called. Trienfeld a line out to center in the second, an RBI single in the third, and a single and a steal an inning ago. Middle of the infield looks to turn to. Hobson holding Dent. A long hold from Hively, and a pitch on the way. He's taking all the way, and it bounces in, and Dent will head up to second base. De La Rosa lost the handle on that one. It looked like a fairly easy backhand stop, and it kicked off his leather. It will go down as a wild pitch, though, as it was just a short hop in the dirt. So now the double play out of order. And a Barnstormer infield backs up. Trienfeld taps the heart of the dish. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Big hole on the right side. Pitch on the way, breaking ball stays inside. It's 2-0. You have to like the approach of Carlos Trienfeld the last couple at bats, recognizing the batter ahead of him. In this case, it was Robinson flying out to center, but previously Robinson worked a walk, and in each case, Trienfeld has really tried to take some pitches, leaving the bat on his shoulder at the beginning of at-bats. Wind blowing straight out at Peoples Bank Park. 8-7 Revs on top, and the pitch on the way in the dirt. So now it's 3-0, and Trienfeld likely taking all the way again. Trienfeld once again will kiss his lumber, tap the plate. Hively comes set on the hill. The 6-2 righty to the plate. Fastball just missed inside. Ball 4. Trienfeld drops the bat, heads to first base. And the inning continues. 2 men aboard for Jared Mitchell. De La Rosa, the catcher, will signal to his infield. Jared Mitchell digs in from the left side. 0 for 3 on the day. A couple of strikeouts. Looking to change that. Lefty against righty. Hively looking at second, and now delivers. First pitch fastball up and away. Ball 1. Mitchell, his last time up, ultimately a strikeout victim. And he came up with 2 men on, and the Barnstormers thought he was bunting all the way, but he did square once, I believe, on 1-1, but initially not bunting and ultimately swinging away. The pitch to him, line drive down the right field line. That's in there for a base hit. Ryan Dent rounding third. He's being sent. Kindle up with it. No play at the plate. Dent in safely. A run added on the RBI single by Jared Mitchell. It's now 9-7. Revs on top.
And he's a different hitter now than he was a month ago. It's been a very productive month of June for him. Had some struggles with the lefties today, but getting to face his first right-hander, he turns on it, hits it hard, comes through big again, and against righties especially, he has been really productive, a lot like the guy that was hitting second for most of the second half last year for York.
Carlos Trienfeld goes first to third on the play. So runners at the corner, still just one man down for Alonzo Harris. Harris back in the leadoff spot tonight with Witherspoon the day off. Slightly open stance, the first pitch on the way in sight as he lifts his hands up and out of the way. It's 1-0. Harris has been on base twice in 4 plate appearances. A double and a walk, left stranded on both occasions. Also 2 flyouts, 1 to center and 1 to right. Trian fell at third, Mitchell at first, 1 away. Hively deals, Mitchell goes for second, the pitch inside the throw down. Mitchell dives headfirst in safely with a stolen base. And now once again the Revs are back in business with 2 in scoring position.
The more he's gotten on, the more he's been able to use that here lately as well, his speed. He'd been stuck on 2 for a while, but now up to 5. Second in as many days.
The Barnstormers now will bring the infield in. A 2-0 count to Alonzo Harris, looking to blow this one open. Hively sets the 2-0 on the way. A ball 3, it's in the dirt. And the action down in the left field bullpen is Kevin Munson. And that bullpen bench down there is bare for Lancaster. Hively, the 4th pitcher on the night. Rami Lewis started and went 3 2/3. 3-0 the count to Harris, pitch on the way. Swings away 3-0 and pops it up on the infield. Casey Hobson, the first baseman in, still coming towards the mound, but gets there in time to put it away. Out number 2, Alonzo Harris getting the green light and just got under it.
Yeah, he's been swinging the bat well. They thought he might get a fat one to tee up, but 3-0, that's a kind of a sinking feeling when you swing and see it go straight up.
So that brings up Angel Franco trying to keep the inning alive. 2 in scoring position, but now with 2 men down. 9-7, the Revs in front. Franco now will hit from the left side against the righty Hively. First pitch on the way, fastball and a swing and a miss. 90 miles an hour, and Franco a little late, 0-1. Hively works from the stretch, infield is back. Outfield straight away against Franco. And the pitch on the way, fastball bounces in, gets away a little bit, but not nearly far enough for the runner Trienfeld to come in from third. Franco, the 8th man to bat in the inning for the Revs. 2 hits, a couple of walks, and an error. Hively will ask his catcher De La Rosa to go through the signs one more time. Still looking in, and now he's ready. 1-1 the count, and the pitch on the way. Fastball chopped back up the middle, ranging towards his glove side left is Weber, the off-balance throw to first in time, and that will retire the side. Couple of hits in the inning, and the Revs take the lead on 3 runs, an error a big part of it, and they leave 2 men on base. 9-7, York out in front, heading to the 7th. Darrell Henry will take you home when we come back on 1350 WOYK.
Kids today, with Facebook, texting, TV, and video games, seems like fresh air and sunshine are things of the past. Remember playing catch, climbing trees, wholesome backyard fun? Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care remembers, give them lush grass, healthy trees, the good old outdoors. American is baseball and apple pie. Kids have every reason to stay inside. Don't let your lawn be one of them. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, world-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood SureSave markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Sobel's Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Your home for Revolution Baseball. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Head to the 7th inning, and in a wild one today, the Revs are back in front, 9-7. Joe Van Meter stays in. And he will face Casey Hobson up first. Millage and Robinson as well. 5, 6, and 7 in the Lancaster order. The Van Meter, who gave up an inherited run on a bases-loaded single in the 6th, but got out of it with them loaded, striking out the next 2. First pitch is in the dirt. The Revs were in the bullpen in the 5th last night and again today. And with a couple of guys having gone back-to-backs, Allen wasn't available last night, Westfall today, and they're a little bit short down there, so a handful of times today we've seen both teams bring the same reliever back out. 1-0, and a swing and a miss, a changeup, and Van Meter continues to have hitters from both sides of the plate, especially lefties, fooled on that pitch. Hobson 1 for 2, RBI single, a walk, and a run. And Van Meter steps off. Revs with their most runs since a 10-5 win in Sugar Land on May 20th. Van Meter ready, kicks, delivers, and a fastball a hair low. 2-1 count. They came in today averaging 2.8 over their last 18 games. 2-1, and a swing and a miss. Good change up again, that time up in the zone. And that'll even things, 2-2. 9 runs, 13 hits, no errors for York. 7, 7, and 1 for Lancaster. Van Meter to the belt. And pitch. Breaking ball yanked foul over the right field side. Out toward the first base gate. You think he got some dancing in at the wedding?
We'll have to ask.
I generally don't like to be seen doing that. I look like I'm looking for my keys, but he might be good at it. I don't know. Pitch is popped up, foul ground, third base side. Tejeda racing over, and he tried to make the play with his glove turned upward. And it landed just outside the mid and bounced into the stands. Lasting's Millage getting out of his way over at the on-deck circle. Tejeda, who was run into by Hobson on a collision, a foot race at first base earlier in the game. He was upset that he didn't come through with the hit or beat the play, and probably wasn't too happy that he got sent to the ground, and he took his helmet and slammed it against the first base side wall. Playing with some fire today. Another 2-2, and a liner down the line in right field, and it's just foul. Hobson off the end of the bat, and when we've seen him pull it down the line lately, of course the grand slam last night, it doesn't hook much. And that sailed above the chalk and came close.
And we couldn't see it. It disappeared from our sight down the line, but Vladimir Frias, who's coaching first base, looked like he was putting up a little bit of a protest on that call.
Hobson battling. It remains 2-2 to start the inning. Van Meter the pitch in the dirt. He tried the change up there. Hobson wouldn't go after it. A full count. KC, a Blue Jays draft pick, 6th round in 09, made it to Double-A. Van Meter, the payoff pitch, swing, and he pulls one foul again, a fly ball down the right field side, almost one-handed it out early on that changeup. The Blue Jays like power hitters, and Hobson certainly is that. He's now played 146 games with Lancaster, 37 home runs. Pitch, swing and a high fly the other way and left. Derek Robinson moving toward the corner, now backing up, and he's got room onto the track, and he'll take another couple of short backward steps and lean against the arch nemesis with the ball safely in his glove. Long battle, but Van Meter wins it. One down here in the 7th. Today's broadcast brought to you in part by Image 360, Yingling's Ice Cream, Highmark, Isaacs, Sheets, Ace Distributing, and Stanball Plumbing and Heating. Here's Lasting's Millage, who's 1 for 3. RBI infield hit back in the 3rd. First pitch. Fastball, it's a called strike at 91. Van Meter trying to be the calming force in relief today. Here's the 0-1. And a line drive toward right center field. Mitchell on the move. He dives! And did he make the play? He did! Jared Mitchell, an outstanding diving play in right center. Absolutely steals extra bases. And 2 down here in the top of the 7th. He was airborne like Superman and held on to it.
Oh my, there's some that you think, guys, have a good shot at. There's some you think, no way. That was the latter category. I thought he didn't have a chance. Over towards the gap, and like you said, it completely went airborne. Was hovering over the ground and reeled it in.
Levitating. Now Josh Bell is arguing that he trapped it, and he landed hard, and he rolled over. And first of all, I'm glad he got up, because he could have landed on that glove hand awkwardly. He put his body on the line, and now Josh Bell is going to talk them into getting the umpires together and discussing this to see if anybody saw anything different.
I mean, there's no way that they're going to be able to overturn this. I think he likely just got the wind knocked out of it, but even if he did trap it, I mean, he's 100 plus feet away from any umpire. That's going to be awfully tough to overturn. There's no way that an umpire further away from the play would have had a better angle on it.
Yeah, when he kind of tumbled after he made the catch, his glove and his glove was kind of away from us. His back was toward us as he borderline somersaulted after the landing. So I don't see how they could have seen anything else. Here's the replay. Completely full extension, airborne. It's in his glove. Uh-oh. Did they just overturn it? Because Mace is coming out of the dugout and held the lineup card out as if to say, you're going to need this, Fletch. Are you kidding me right now? Right now, Mace talking with Tim Detweiler and John Harrington. Mitchell, after catching it, flipped it up to himself to throw it back in. I think they overturned it because Mace is out here arguing. And Mitchell's now walking all the way in from right.
I mean, what Mace is saying, regardless of if they get the call right or wrong, he's saying how can an umpire further away from the play overrule it? Because regardless of what actually happened, just for the sake of argument, Mitchell's body is shielding him from the field of play. So even if he did transfer it, which, I mean, to us on the replay, it looks like he flipped it from glove hand to bare hand, and it certainly seems like that's what he's saying, all the way in on the infield. There's no way anyone could have possibly seen it. It's one of those calls that you have to make your best guess because the ball is blocked by Mitchell's body.
And I think they overturned it the way the Mace is arguing. That's brutal. And Mitchell just had one of the great plays of the year taken away from him. And they're going to call the hitter Millage back to first base. It's going to be a single for him. Burgess, the first baseman, is motioning, trying to plead his case. What we saw on the replay, that Mitchell with his glove tossed it to himself to throw it back in. And because he did that, he just had one of the great plays of the year taken away from him.
It's one thing to get it wrong, it's another to overturn it when there's no way you could possibly see what he even did.
What a shame. All that effort, the landing, full extension, the jump that he got on it, everything perfect, and it doesn't count. It's a base hit. And Josh Bell, who's 300 feet away from it in the third base coach's box, talked them into it. Now the tying run will come to the plate. Trayvon Robinson, the hitter. That's the second play like that Mitchell's made this season. At least the first one he got credit for back in early May, but this one ends up being a base hit. Incredible.
Well, I'd love to know what went on in that conversation because, it's the fact that they need overwhelming evidence to overturn it that baffles me because not only did he catch it, but I don't know how anyone could have possibly seen otherwise.
On the replay, if it was the big leagues and they went to it on replay, what we saw either confirmed the catch or it wasn't enough evidence, one or the other. It would not have overturned it the other way. Here's Trayvon Robinson who takes low. So it ends up being a single for Millage, one on with one out, the tying run at the plate. Revs a 9-7 lead here in the top of the seventh. Here's the stretch from Van Meter. Now the 1-0, and a swing and a miss, a changeup. Robinson today 0 for 1, 2 walks, a steal, 2 runs scored. It's tough to beat Lancaster with 7 walks. Revs are trying to do that. Robinson's got 2 of those. 1-1, and a miss down low, another changeup. I'm surprised the Mace is still in the game.
Well, I think he wanted to get tossed, and then with Mitchell arguing all the way in from right, needed to protect his player and make sure that Mitchell wasn't the one that got tossed. And we should also give a shout out to Joe Baker. Tremendous replays for us to be able to see that.
No doubt. Throw to first, back on a dive is Millage. He's got 9 steals with 1 today. 9 for 11. He could try to go at some point. They're down 2, but it's only the 7th. 2-1. And a miss down and away. The change up again. Van Meter trying to get these guys to lunge at that pitch.
And I'll say one more thing before I let it go. You see some bad calls where it's blatantly wrong, where it's heat of the moment, bang, bang, and a guy just misses it, right? Throw over to first right there and safe at first. But to have time to talk it over and then get it wrong, I think is what's so mystifying about that play.
Yeah. They had to interfere with it. It was a great play off the board. 3-1. And a fastball strike. Robinson tossed his bat away. Then he'll have to come back. 3-2. It's tough to comprehend. They got it right the first time, and then just reversed it. And like you said, I would love to know what the criteria was, what was said, and who saw what. As the stretch, Millage goes. Pitch is just outside, and the throw to second will beat him, but it's ball 4. So Lancaster with 2 on and 1 out. Robinson walks for the 3rd time today. And Van Meter will face Garrett Weber with 2 men on, and here comes Mace.
Well, I think he might get tossed right here. He's going to make a move, but it's hard for me to believe he's not going to have a little bit more to say.
And he has signaled for Manny Corpus. Van Meter with his 30th pitch. So pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. With 2 on and 1 out here in the top of the 7th. What a job Van Meter did. Unfortunately, he'll only get credit for 3 of the 4 outs that he recorded. Corpus is in when we come back. Rebs leading it 9-7.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
Runners know the challenge. It's not the uncompromising weather. It's not the pounding repetition. It's not knowing how to dig deep as you start the climb of that last hill. For runners, the challenge is the discipline to keep running. Flying feet. Casual runners, amateur runners, hardcore runners, no matter what level runner you are, Flying Feet Sports Shoes is with you every step of the way. Flying Feet has become the leader in athletic footwear and properly fitting the feet of runners throughout Central PA. Flying Feet has become the leader in athletic footwear, properly fitting the feet of runners throughout Central PA. And that holds true whether you're training or racing on roads, tracks, or trails.
Well, Manny Corpus ready quickly. He'll face Garrett Weber. And here's his first pitch. Breaking ball popped up. Burgess shading his eyes. The second baseman, Franco, out. Mitchell from right field is in, and he makes that play. In shallow right field, 2 down. Rebs fans giving it toward the umpires like, are you going to overturn that? And there's 2 away here in the top of the 7th. So Corpus comes in, 1 pitch, and he has Weber retired. And will now face Anderson De La Rosa with 2 on and 2 out. Trying to maintain a 9-7 Rebs lead, having just taken the lead with 3 runs in the last inning. De La Rosa today 0 for 3. Liner to short, grounder to short, strikeout swinging. And Corpus the pitch. Breaking ball inside. De La Rosa jumps out of the way. Now Corpus, a 3rd of an inning last night, scoreless. And one of the biggest spots he's been in here. 10 outings, 7 innings, 3 runs. He has given up 12 hits, though. Now ready. The 1-0. Swinging a line drive the other way, base hit to right. Mitchell on it. They're going to send Millage around 3rd. The throw into the plate is up the line, and a run scores that never should have even been on base. A 9-8 game here in the top of the 7th. An RBI single by De La Rosa the other way. He now has a 5-game hitting streak, and the Rebs' lead is cut to 1.
Well, it's awfully tough as a pitching staff to face a team that has a 303 9-hole hitter. And a nice job by De La Rosa going the opposite way.
So we go to the top of the order, Enrico Noel, first and second, with 2 outs here, 9-8 York. Noel 2 for 4 on the day, a stolen base. Corpus wants to get him because Blake Galen's on deck. I'll look back at second, and time asked for before a pitch. Now ready with it. First pitch, fastball, it's a called strike. Corpus entering with an ERA of 3.86. It's the 0-1, and it misses down in the way, a fastball. The Revs, who had 3 in the first, Lancaster took the lead with 6 in the third. York answered, 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth to tie it. Lancaster back up with a run in the sixth. York back up with 3 in the sixth. And now Lancaster closing the gap again. The 1-1, swing and a line drive to left, that's a single. At third, they're going to send Robinson around, and the throw cut off, and the game is tied. I thought they were going to stop him. It's a 9-9 game, and the Revs should have been out of the inning with nothing. Second run of the inning is home. It's an RBI single for Rico Noel. And the game tied at 9 here in the top of the 7th. Unbelievable. That's his 3rd hit of the day. And back-to-back 2-out RBI singles. Robinson, who has walked 3 times, has just scored for the 3rd time. And here is Blake Galen with first and second. He's 2 for 4 with a homer and an RBI single. And the first pitch, breaking ball, missed down low. That was close. So Van Meter in an inning is going to be charged with 2 runs now. Corpus, the 1-0, and a high fly, right center field. Mitchell backs up, he'll have room. Galen hit it off the end of the bat. Mitchell to catch. It's got 2 putouts in the inning, but the one that was overturned is the one that everybody will be talking about. 2 runs to tie it on 3 hits, 2 men left. Stretch time at Peoples Bank Park. It's a 9-9 game.
Hey, it's the good-looking genius at Broadway Transmission. You know what really grinds my gears? Perfectly good cars being thrown away just because the transmission went bad. My mind slips into overdrive when someone says,
I'll just get a new car before I spend that kind of money on a transmission.
What? According to Kelley Blue Book, the average price of a new car is $32 grand. Now you're going to finance that, right? There's another $6 to $8 grand. And if you drive it off the showroom floor, it loses 20% of its value immediately. Don't forget, you also have to pay sales tax, higher insurance rates, title and registration fees, and come up with $600, $700, $800 a month depending on your interest rates. For 5 years, and remember, you will still have to pay for the upkeep of the car. Brakes, tires, wipers, fluids, etc. Stop! Trade your transmission, not your car.
Thanks, good-looking genius.
You're welcome, ma'am. Broadway Transmission. We'll get your ship together and save you all that dough. Visit us on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Can you sit up, little guy? There you go. What a big boy. Whoa! Every time he grabs my maple donut, it pulls him over to one side. But he keeps on grabbing at it. Whoop, there he goes again. Wait, let's see how this works. Here you go, little dude. Here's another maple donut. Can you grab it? Well, there you have it, folks. Charlie's right. A balanced baby needs a maple donut in each hand.
Maple donuts taste right.
The revolution plays here. Play ball! The new Sports Radio 1350.
Tied at 9 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Lancaster will go with right-hander Kevin Munson on a pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. It'll be their fourth reliever used here today. Revs have used 3 on their side. And 3, 4, and 5 coming up, trying to reclaim the lead. Tejeda, Burgess, and Casilla for York. Munson for Lancaster, 1-1 with an ERA of 3 in 20 games, 18 innings, only 10 hits. Opponents hitting 167. He struck out 26 in 18 innings while walking 12. Tejeda will start it. He's 0 for 4, but one of his hit deep. Run down in right center in the 4th inning. And he'll take a moment to adjust his shin guard. We had 4 hours yet. We're on our way. Tejeda taking his time to dig in. And they have not exactly enforced any of that today either. Here's Munson's first pitch, and it's a slider in for a called strike. Both sides have been unhappy with balls and strikes today as well.
Come on, Bill. Pace of play on both sides now. Come on.
Munson ready. 0-1, and a swing and a miss. Slider that he buried down low, got Tejeda to go after it. 0-2 the count. The Revs had a 3-0 lead today, a 9-7 lead today. Now trying to build their 3rd separate lead of today's game. There's the 0-2. And it misses down and away. Tejeda recognizing that one. Munson, former 4th-round pick of the Diamondbacks in 2010. There's the 1-2, and that's in the dirt, warned by De La Rosa. Revs with some big days at the plate. Tejeda still looking for his first hit in all of this, but Casilla 3 for 3, Dent 3 for 4, Trienfeld with a couple of hits, Franco a homer and a single and a sac fly. Dent's 5 RBIs tie his career high, by the way. There's the 2-2. And a pop-up coming back toward the net. De La Rosa on the move, and he's got room right in front of the backstop. 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Dent's other 5 RBI games, June 30th of 09 with Greenville in the Red Sox system. A 13-4 win at Charleston. And then April 3rd of 2014 with Salem in a 10-3 win at Myrtle Beach, also in the Red Sox system. Here's Michael Burgess, who's 1 for 2, a single, 2 walks, 2 runs. First pitch is outside, a fastball at 90. Munson, a 6'2 righty. Second year with Lancaster, last season in 12 games, 2-0 with a 3.09. And some balloons loose. One of those hovering near Alexi Casilla on deck as Burgess swings, hits it in the air, left center field. Robinson started back, but now cuts straight over. And in left center makes the grab for out number 2. That'll bring Casilla to the plate. Last season, Munson 18 strikeouts, only 1 walk with Lancaster. Then in early July, signed with Seattle, went to AAA Tacoma. Had a 4.44 ERA there. Here's Casilla, who's 3 for 3, a double, 3 runs, also a sack bunt where he reached on an error. On first pitch, he tries to bunt his way on and fouls it, and as that rattled off the gear of De La Rosa at the plate. Revs with Chris Dula getting ready in their bullpen. Tied at 9 here in the bottom of the 7th. The 0-1, swing and a miss, a slider, and a good one from Munson. Made it to AAA with the Diamondbacks, and then again last year with Seattle. Product of James Madison University. 0-2. Oh, it hit Casilla in the back. It almost got his bat. In fact, it might have deflected off his back and then his bat as he leaned down. He knew he wasn't getting out of the way. A slider right into the middle of his back, and he's on base for Ryan Dent. Revs have had a hit in every inning and trying to keep that streak alive. Dent 3 for 4 with 2 singles, a double, and 5 driven in. Munson the pitch, and a slider up high. Dent backing away. He's had the hot hand throughout the afternoon. Here's the stretch. And the 1-0. Swinging a well-hit ball toward the gap in right center. Into on the run. He's not going to get to it. One hops the wall. Casilla around third. And the relay coming. He scores standing. Ryan Dent has driven in 6. And the Revs retake the lead 10-9. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Have a day. 4 for 5 with 6 driven in. And fortunately, he hit it deep enough where it bounced off the wall and stayed in play. That was one of those that could have hopped up and over, but it's a double in play with Casillas scoring from first. 10-9 York. And Dent with a new career high, 6 driven in. Here's Derek Robinson, and he takes a fastball up in the zone for a strike. It's the most in a game by a Revs hitter this season. Tied for the 4th most in a game in team history. 0-1, and that missed down low. It is their most in a game since Andres Perez drove in 6 against Somerset in the next to last game of the 2015 season. And it's just 2 RBIs shy of the team's single game record. The 1-1 swing, and he yanks a line drive foul off the railing in front of the bullpen balcony, and then unfortunately a kid unable to catch it on the bounce. It ends up down in the Revs bullpen. I'm sure he'll end up getting it back. 1-2 on Robinson, who's 0 for 3, but he's got a walk, a steal, and a run today. 10-9, they lead it again. And Munson to the plate, swing and a miss. Robinson didn't seem to get a good look on that, kind of chopped at it. Didn't get a full swing, but the Revs retake the lead with a run on 1 hit and 1 man left. We go to the 8th, it's York 10, Lancaster 9.
Donegal offers car and homeowners insurance at rates that are very competitive. So competitive that Donegal's car insurance rates are among the lowest in the state. And if you insure your car and home with Donegal, Donegal will take up to an additional 10% off their already low rates. Donegal, a better value. Contact Copeman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Copeman Kunkel Insurance.
This is Dustin Hawkinson with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
Can't get enough of the birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Head of the 8th, Chris Dula will appear in his biggest spot. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Gindel, Halton, and Hobson coming up, 3, 4, and 5. And what a trio to face. Dula only making his third appearance. Both teams have run through the pen here today, so they'd probably like to work with him a little bit more, but he'll go in here in a late game spot. 2 innings, 2 runs. Only 1 hit, but he has walked 4. And Gindel will lead off 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a run today. And Dula ready to go out of the stretch. First offering, he swings, fouls it off. Gindel late on that fastball at 93. Dula did face the Barnstormers in Lancaster last weekend. Had a scoreless inning on Friday night, his last appearance. It's been over a week. Here's the 0-1. Fastball, strike 2 called at 96. And the former standout hitter in college as well. At Catawba College in North Carolina, he got to take some swings yesterday. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a bouncer right side and right between first and second. It's a leadoff hit. Got ahead 0-2, but Gindel finds the opening. Dula got a ground ball, but in the wrong spot.
And not a bad pitch at all there from Dula. And Gindel just hit the top half of the baseball, had a lot of force spin on it, and right in between Franco and Burgess.
So here is Sean Halton, who's 0 for 3 with a walk and a run. And the first pitch, fastball, it's a called strike at 94. We're now at 3 hours, 25 minutes. So unless we finish the game in the next 3 minutes, it'll be the longest 9-inning game of the year. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a pop-up. Burgess at first. Heading over. He found it. Now going back and can't make the grab. He didn't have a good line on that the entire way. At first, he looked up kind of late, like he didn't know where it was, and then as a result, never got into a good path, ended up chasing it as it carried toward the York bullpen and didn't get a glove on it. Now Halton given extra life. It is 0-2. Dula looking for his first out here in the 8th. He's ready. 0-2, high and tight. Matt here in the booth was calling for high fastball, and it was, but not one that Halton would be susceptible to swing at. He's just trying to survive to see another one in near his chin. Burgess holds Gindle at first. Dula ready. The 1-2. And a high fly in center. Harris back, waiting. Plenty of room, still waiting. Catches made. They tag from first, and he'll gun it into second. Franco knifes it down on a bounce, and Gindle will stay put. One away. Well, for Dula, a young guy, that's a big out because Halton got extra life, but Dula didn't hang his head. He went right back to attacking him.
And that high fastball that missed up and in, I don't think he intended to come that far inside, but it served as a good setup pitch because I think Alton wasn't able to get quite as extended on the ball over the plate as he otherwise would have been.
Here's Casey Hobson. He swings and fouls the first one off over the third base side. Well, ideally, they would have a lefty to face Hobson, but that's not the way that it's set up today. Westfall's down. Hutchinson's been used a lot. And they're trying to get it to the ninth for Brad Allen today. Here's the 0-1. Down and in. Hobson minding his feet on that fastball.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do go to Hutchinson, but I don't think they want to use him until the ninth, even in a matchup situation. He's their only lefty left, with Westfall working 2 2/3 over the last couple of games.
Abdullah ready. And the 1-1, that's in the dirt and off Tejeda's glove. It ricochets away, and the tying run, Gindle, moves up to second. A wild pitch. Got some glove on it, but unable to knock it down. And now a base hit could tie it again. Second wild pitch of the day. Two and one on Hobson. And Dula is ready. Here's the pitch. Swinging a chopper to second. Franco waits back, gloves it above cap high. Throws to first, it's in time. Gindle goes to third with 2 outs. Tying run 90 feet away with Lasting's Millage coming up. And here comes Mays. Do they have Allen up?
They do, yep.
So obviously a potential game-deciding spot, and Dula a nice job, but Mace will go to his closer here.
And I think that's a result of the previous wild pitch, and now with a runner at third who represents the tying run, Dula throws really hard, but he's been susceptible to the wild pitch in the few outings we've seen this year. And I think they're not going matchups by bringing in Brad Allen, but bringing in a guy who they think is more likely to avoid doing so.
So pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Brad Allen in. And he'll try to get 4 outs here today. Millage 2 for 4 in the game, an RBI, a run, and a steal. By the way, our 8th inning brought to you by York Dental Sleep Therapy. Tired of feeling the effects of sleep apnea? Tired of sleepless nights due to your CPAP? Dr. Bell might have an option to help you. Make your appointment today and let Dr. Bell help determine which treatment is best for your needs. Exceptional care is just a phone call away. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com. York Dental Sleep Therapy, 450 West Market Street in Howell. Also today, brought to you by Hatfield, York Water Company, Brickers, Pizza Box and Hoagie Shop, York Volkswagen, and Penn State York. Gindle the tying run at third base, and Millage the hitter with Allen getting ready. Allen gave up a base hit to Millage on Friday night, but got the save. That was his second night in a row, and he ended Thursday and Friday's games with double plays. So they weren't going to use him last night, but he's back up today. And ready to go. Allen overall 1-1 at 2.61 ERA in 20 games, 5 saves. And ready to go against Millage with the tying run at third base. 10-9 York. Here in the top of the 8th. Allen the stretch, first pitch, fastball, it's a called strike. All 5 of his saves have been of 3 outs. Trying to do a little bit more than that today. Millage has been hot, 478 the last 7 coming in, and 2 more hits in this one. The 0-1, fastball, strike 2, down in the zone, and Allen quickly jumps ahead. Millage has driven in 13 now in his last 14 games, so productive with men on as well. Allen trying to strand one at third. He's ready. The 0-2. Swinging a bouncer to second. Franco waits back. Gloves it shoulder high again and throws to first. And the Revs are out of the inning. Chris Dola got the first 2 outs. Brad Allen comes in to leave the tying run at third. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's the Revs 10 and the Barnstormers 9.
Hey, man, I know how you feel. That guy down the street, the one with the fancy lawn, those weekend get-togethers, the big family barbecues, and the barefoot kids and wife outside working on her tan. Hey, it's no secret. It's greener on that side of the fence. It's Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Greener grass on your side of the fence is just a quick phone call away. For world-class care right in your backyard, call Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, 717-292-9994.
Okay, here we go, people.
This is The Herd.
Where are you again?
With Colin Cowherd.
It's increasingly problematic if Joe Madden, the smartest manager in baseball in many eyes, decides we're no longer going to pitch to Bryce Harper because other people will follow. Now you're adding another layer. We're not going to pitch to Bryce Harper. Yesterday he saw 25 balls and 2 strikes. I tell the story about my son. About 3 years ago, I took him to a Padres-Mets game. I go to a baseball game every year with my kids. And he said, the thing about baseball, Dad, not much happens. You want a game in which you have to pitch to the stars. In the NFL, it is a penalty to ground the football. The hack-a-shack, they're eliminating the hack-a-shack under 2 minutes. Why? I look at it and I'm like, Bryce Harper's the one guy I would pay to watch. I don't think you want a sport where nobody pitches to Bryce Harper.
This is The Herd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. Your teams all the time. Our zone replays for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Revs a 10-9 lead. It remains. And Lancaster will go to right-hander Cody Hall here. Another pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. And no activity for York, so they do still have Hutchinson, who they haven't used, but I think we are going to see Allen try to get the final 4 outs. Carlos Trienfeld will lead it off. And a nice day for him. 2 for 3 with an RBI single, a steal, a walk. Some offensive numbers will be on the rise here today. Trienfeld up to 200 at the moment. Here's Hall's first pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 98. Huh. We haven't seen much of Hall, but we've heard about him. He's 2-3 with a 5.40 ERA in 20 games, 4 saves, but had a couple of rough outings early, and the numbers up due to that. He's got 35 strikeouts, 3 walks in 20 innings. Here's the 0-1, and a fastball strike, 96 on the outer reach at the knees. A hit per inning against Hall, opponents hitting 247. The Mitchell on deck, and then Harris. And then for Lancaster in the ninth, it'll be 7, 8, 9, Robinson, Weber, and De La Rosa. They do have Sanford, who they could use to pinch run or hit. Frias on the bench today as well. There's the stretch and the 0-2. Fastball just missed, down and away at 97. Again, the Revs off tomorrow, then a doubleheader at 5 on Tuesday with New Britain coming in. That is hockey night at the stadium. Wednesday is Pride night, that's at 6:30. There's the stretch. And the 1-2. Swinging a high chop, left side, that's going to bound on through. Carlos Trienfeld, like he hit a super ball off McAdam, has his third hit of the day. He's 3 for 4 and on base for the 4th straight time. A leadoff single to begin the bottom of the 8th.
Well, we talked about how hot it has gotten the last couple of days, and the infield certainly dried out. We saw it a little bit last inning with the balls that Franco played head high, and that one, he just tomahawked through the left side.
Now the hitters will like it. That's a season-high 15th hit for the Revs, who twice had 14 in a game. Here's Jared Mitchell, who's 1 for 4, RBI single and a steal. Halton in on the grass at third. And Hall the pitch. He does get the bunt down along the first base side. Hall will shot put it over to first in time to get Mitchell, and that pitch was in. A good job of angling the bat. It had to be kind of a defensive maneuver, but he got it down.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't an easy pitch to bunt on, and you often hear coaches talk about keeping the hands inside the ball in a swing, but Mitchell doing just that there on the bunt attempt, making sure to pull the barrel inside and get it down right up the first base line.
The sacrifice is good. Revs trying to use that leadoff hit for an insurance run. And here's Alonzo Harris at the top of the order. 1 for 4 with a double and a walk today, leading off with Witherspoon getting the day off. And Hall ready, and the pitch. Breaking ball, missed high. And you'll have to gear up early and stay short with how fast Hall brings it. Made it to the majors with the Giants 2 years ago for 7 outings, and then the Marlins for 2 outings just last season. Halton up at the edge at third. Here's the 1-0. And a slider bends in for a strike. Last year, Hall was traded by the Giants to the Diamondbacks before the season. He started the year at AAA with Arizona. That's in Reno. And the Marlins took him off waivers in May. 1-1. Fastball up. He pitched well at AAA New Orleans and then got called up. Former 19th round pick of the Giants back in 2011, 6'4" righty, now 29 years old. There's the stretch. And the 2-1. Swing and a foul back over the roof. Revs a 10-9 lead, out hitting Lancaster 15-11. Hall, who's from Savannah, Georgia, now lives in Baton Rouge. On the stretch from the righty. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 98 gets Harris swinging. 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th. The Revs with a season high in the hit column, and it's the 3rd time that they've gotten to double digits in runs. They had the 11-2 win at Southern Maryland to end the first week. The 10-5 win at Sugar Land on that trip last month, and on top 10-9 here today. Lancaster with lefty Daniel Moskos up in the bullpen should they need to match up with Burgess, perhaps, who's due a couple of hitters from now. Here's Angel Franco. And Hall deals, and a check swing foul back off the left edge of the net. Franco 2 for 3 today, homered in the first, walked in the second, singled in the fourth, and then a sac fly to deep right for his second ribby of the game in the fifth. Which at the time tied it at 6. There's the stretch. And the 0-1. His slider snaps in for strike 2. Brad Allen sitting, waiting for the top of the 9th. Whether it's a 10-9 lead or more than that. Back and forth day. The lead for Trienfeld at second. Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Fastball down and away. Franco just trying to foul it off. But down on strikes. So leadoff single and a sac bunt, but Hall strikes out the next 2. And we're going to the 9th. Brad Allen looking for his first 4-out save of the year with the Revs in front. 10-9.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Sable's Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
Hey Revs fans, get points or great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Revs time.
Sports Radio 1350 is your home for local and national sports. The Big Sports Talker also has you covered with news throughout the day. Catch statewide updates on news and sports from Radio PA. Stock reports with Your Money Now, mornings and afternoons. And national news updates every hour from Westwood One. Stay up to date while getting your sports fix all day. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports. The Revolution plays Play Ball! The new Sports Radio 1350.
Well, Brad Allen looking to put a stop to a wild one here today. The Revs with a 10-9 lead. He got the final out of the 8th. Leaving the tying run at third, it remains a 1-run lead as we start the 9th. Trayvon Robinson to lead it off. Here's Allen's first pitch, and a bouncer toward the middle, and it's going to get through. First pitch single, and the tying run is on. He got a ground ball, but up the middle and out of Franco's reach. And now it'll be Garrett Weber, who looks down at Josh Bell for the instructions. He's 1 for 3, a 2-run homer in the third, which got Lancaster on the board initially. He's also walked today, reaching on that. The Revs set up for 2. And Trienfeld level with the bag at third base. First pitch is in there. Fastball for a strike at 90. Allen faced Weber last weekend, retired him on a line drive to center. Finishing last Sunday's game, the pitch, and now he bunts and fouls it back to the net. Tried the element of surprise, and he fouled the slider back into the screen. It's 0-2. Robinson at first, 7 for 8 in steals. Actually 8 for 9 with 1 today. Burgess holds him. Pitch is in the dirt and a big block by Tejeda. A lot of pressure on him here in this top of the 9th with the leadoff man on, speed on base. Now Allen set and a move to first. Robinson will dive in. 10 runs, 15 hits for York. Now 9 runs on 12 hits for Lancaster. Here's the stretch from Allen. 1-2. And a ground ball to third. Frienfeld with it. Goes to second. To first. Another double play. 5-4-3 around the horn. And Brad Allen now in his last 3 9th innings has thrown a double play ground ball. This time it brings us to the 26th out. The Revs with their second today, started by Frienfeld. They turned a team record tying 5 in last night's game. And here's Anderson De La Rosa with Allen trying to wrap it up. Here's the windup. First pitch, and a fastball called strike, 90 on the outer half. De La Rosa 1 for 4, an RBI single in the 7th. Here's the 0-1. Fastball missed away. Revs are trying to win a rubber match for the first time all season. The wind, the 1-1, and it's fouled away into the stands on the first base side. And one of our young fans today brought his glove and snares it. What a grab. About 3 rows in. And look what he found. A great catch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With the bases empty and 2 outs. And then he calmly just walked up the steps with it. It's like, yeah, I got this. They played De La Rosa the other way. The 1-2 missed outside off Tejeda's glove and back to the screen. Allen again set. The 2-2. And a swing and a miss. Breaking ball in the dirt. Tejeda blocks it and puts on the tag. And the Revs win 10-9 in the highest scoring head-to-head game between the two teams here this season. The Revs take 2 out of 3 here this weekend. And it's their first rubber game win to clinch a series victory here in 2017. Brad Allen with his first 4-out save of the year. It's his 6th total as he saves both wins this weekend. And in a back-and-forth, all-out, throwdown slugfest, the Revs outlast the Barnstormers here today with one of their best offensive performances of the season. They win it 10-9.
Certainly one of the most exciting games of the season, back and forth the whole way, and you have to love the fight of this team. Giving up a 6-run 3rd inning after being ahead 3-0, and they just kept coming back over and over, and finally winning it 10-9. And it's back-to-back nights. There's been really a lot of strategy in terms of how this bullpen has been used. Last night it didn't quite work out, although they were so good for so much of the game. Tonight they came through big again and really saved this victory quite nicely. And what a day for Ryan Dent. I mean, he really stole the show.
6 RBIs, a career high. It's the most by a Revs hitter in 2 seasons. Great day for the offense overall, and he was the catalyst. He's your Kochman Kunkel Insurance Group player.